All right, we're good. We're here. Oh, let me move the status window up here. All right. I should be live on Twitch and YouTube, which that we bringing back. I did say that I'll be. Last week was kind of crazy, but we're trying to be better. So Twitch should be back. Twitch is back. We back. Par remembers us on Twitch. Let's go. All right. Yep. Let's do this one. Yeah, the poll is now 34 minutes. I might shock the world with this one. This is gonna be world record holding. Oh wait, let me brighten up my ring light. Okay. Got some of that action going. Okay, and then let me try. Okay, let me spin the block. Okay. Then I'm trying to get my setup, like my desk setup, like the background, so I could do like other streams again. Right now my background's a mess, so we don't do that. Hold on, let me just good time. Let's try this one. There we go. This sounds like the jam. I went back and watched some of my old streams because I'm putting it in my next video. The next video got like beefed up. I know I was gonna say it last week and it's still delayed, but like I want to add some new flavor to the thing, and I you know, people were saying like, oh, it's too fast paced, and I get like the pacing is monotone, so I want to try and incorporate different elements into the videos, try to create some variance, but in doing so I made it very long, so there's that. But that's not a terrible thing, so we're gonna roll with it. I'm just getting some last minute things put up on the stream though. I gotta get this soundboard up. I have had it for like a year and a half now. I just never did anything with it. Okay. Why 34 minutes? Because the par perfect minute then would be 33 minutes. Haha. Okay, now last thing to do is get all of the chats up. Okay, so let's get this chat. Okay, we can do this. Pop out chat. It's been a while since I multi-streamed. Pretty sure Twitch won't care, but I want to start being more active on Twitch. First thing to do is start up my live reactions again on Twitch, so there's that. Now the other concern is that we might lag, but so far not bad. Okay, all right. We still have like 2 minutes, a little bit. Oh, and then I'm trying to get these live streams like not sponsored, but more so have like a sponsor on them, just to make it a little bit more sustainable. Or not this sustainable. This is sustainable. More so, I meant the streaming more often would become more sustainable. Not this. Currently sustainable. Let me close some tabs. Psycho Red, good afternoon, Park. Can't wait for you to dissect this chapter. Ooh, I'm excited. Edens, hello from Twitch. Hello, hello. Let's see. No, Pablo, not. I don't want. Not that I don't want that, but more so, I don't want to. I want to keep my streams integrity. You know what I mean? Not integrity. Not that I lose integrity. More so like I want to stream what I want to stream. You know, which is ironic considering what I might be streaming, but later. Oh, let me get the chapter up. Here. Just do this real quick. Okay, we are good then. All right. So now I'm all set up. And then is the music too loud? I think the music isn't too loud. I just wanted, I'll choose better music next time. Not that this is bad music, but more so like I went back to my old live streams for some clips. I was going back in time to some of those moments where like on stream where I like said something and then like I deterred myself from like saying the theory fully, and then like 10 chapters later it was like confirmed and I was like, wait, I should just stuck with that. And I'm putting that in the next video as an example of something. The next video is kind of like a not a dissertation, that's weird, that's gross, more so like a dissection of how I make theories alongside of a theory and why I don't believe in a current theory because of how I look at things. And you know, it's an important video. But that being said, let's hop into the stream. Let's hop in. Welcome to the Knockup stream. Welcome D Almighty to the Visionaries. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Perfect timing right as we start chapter 1127. Again, welcome to the Knockup stream with your host ParVision, where we get knocked up by Oda with his fantastic, fantabulous ideas and incredible story that's been running for 1,127 chapters. Nearly 30 years long. Some of us aren't even 30 ourselves, and some of us have families and lives and craziness, and Oda's been there from week to week, and you know, we're just enjoying that ride. You know, we can't, I'm sure the thing is, like, you guys come onto these streams and I'm so grateful for all of you doing so. But the reality is, if Oda were streaming a live reaction, none of you guys would watch me, right? You guys would just hop onto Oda's stream and watch him read his chapter out loud. I would be too. I probably wouldn't even be a streamer. Imagine Oda theory crafting his own story live. And then like the caveat is that none of the stuff that he theory crafts goes in the story. Like, you know that it's not gonna happen in the story. That's the point of his thing, and he just kind of does something else. That'd be crazy. But yeah, let's I sent out notifications, right? Let me just double check on Discord. Again, I am rusty. I did add everyone. Nice. Okay. And then we'll sit in the chat room so that if Sai comes in, I am here for it. Sai should be here. There shouldn't be an issue for that. Oh, and I pinned on my last stream that I am aware, guys, that my YouTube channel is like lost in the algorithm for YouTube. Like, even if it's not even like a you're not as active thing. It's more just like I think my Google manager person, I need to talk to them. So but yeah, someone noticed that they couldn't search my channel up, which is crazy. But yeah, so let's get started on this. We have my mouse, my trusty mouse right here that should be working this time. Is it not work? Is it? Why is it not working every time I need it to? Hello, mouse. Damn. Oh, there we go. All right. So we got 11:27 in the books. Let's start the timer. And let's do this. Adventure in the Land of Mysteries. Oh, let me take a sip of this. Not sponsored. Oh no. Wait, that's the wrong timer. Stopwatch. There we go. Adventure in the Land of Mysteries, chapter 11:27. I don't know if you guys know why I'm gulping. I thought it's because Yamato's here that we know that this is not the guy. This easily could have been. Hold on, let me just bring it up. What was it? 11:24? 11:24, right? This thing. It easily could have been this guy in the thing. But Yamato's there, so it can't be, right? Because that would be crazy. It's in Elbaf, so yeah, there's no shot. Okay, cool. Is it like Oda doing this, putting this hat on Inuyasha? Kind of feels like, hey guys, I could put this hat on anybody. It could literally be anyone. Wait, what the heck? What is Stream Elements doing here? Hold on. Hold on. Put user in timeout. Let's do that for right now. What is Stream Elements doing? Hello? I ain't sponsored. Is that why you were saying that? Oh, I'm so sorry. Is that what's happening? Alright, mods, you are on Stream Elements duty. Stop Stream Elements from doing that. We're not sponsored at the moment, okay? That's crazy. Damn. What the heck? Why'd that randomly come up? Stream Elements' own agenda, yeah. But anyways, Oni Child Yamato and the Holy Inari Shrine Pilgrimage Volume 15, the Daimyo of Curry, shout outs to Inuyarashi with the promotion. He went from co-duke of Mokumo Dukedom, the morning duke of Mokumo Dukedom, to the daimyo of Curry, Inuyarashi, who's allowing women to be stolen. So he said, I don't want a leadership role of all these monkeys and apes and lambs and sheeps and animals, like these filthy animals. I want to rule over the Japanese people. That's crazy. Is it a demotion though? Because like, between being on an elephant that like is thousands miles into the sky and then like, or 1,000 miles, but like, and then being on Wano, I guess poisonous water is not great, right? And then now he's dealing with like other people. Oh, and then let's not forget, when he landed on Wano, they were trying to execute him for being a monster. So there's that. There's definitely that. It is kind of like retirement. Damn. He should just... This isn't like real retirement. I wonder if this is a sword. Wait, do we know if his other leg is a sword? Am I forgetting? Why does it look like a katana? Do you guys see that? It looks like a katana sheath. Interesting. Anyways, notes. Oda's notes for this week. Caught Junmatsu and Naoto Takenaka in Sei Sanaku. I was just trying to see if I missed anything else. Sei Sankaku. It's a very interesting play. Now I know what that story is about. All right. Homework for us, I guess. We have to go watch this play. Oda's going to incorporate it somehow. Oda has a very lively life. He's like every week he's at a play or a concert or something. Like I feel like me personally, like if I'm not saying like it is better or worse. I'm just saying me. I feel like I would I would just be like chilling in a room. I don't know. I'm a super introvert. But anyways. Let's get this chapter started. There's a oh wait, what's the title of it? The Adventure in the Land of Mystery. Okay. Adventure in the Land of Mystery. Okay. And we get giants. There's a fire. Giant confusion. Haha. Great job, Shonen Jump editor, with that editor note. Giant confusion. Nice pun. Get some spring water and put it out. Hey, do you smell that aroma? Is that Gerd? Or is this a random giant? Do we get a second female giant? The second female giant in the entire series? That's canon? It could be Gerd's mother. We are looking out. Gerd's mother, IBS. Her name would be Ibis. That'd be hilarious if Oda just made all the female giants gastrointestinal like ailments. Like this, what's the pylori? H. pylori. One of the female giants' name's Pylori. Anyways. Oh. Oh. Oh my God. The tree in full vision? How do they even see it? It's so big, but like on here, it just looks like how, what? And we know the name is, I'm sorry, I read ahead. Like Yggdrasil? We got the name. That's crazy. Wait, what about the Jewel Tree Atom? Where's Atom? They call it Yggdrasil, but the world calls it Atom. Is that what it is? Oh my God, wait a second. This chapter reaction's way over 34 minutes. What are we talking about? What the heck? Well, how are we're on Elbaf. Is it coming from the forest? If the flames spread to Yggdrasil, then the country's done for. We need to report this to the great sun god. And then the buildings are Lego. Wait. Everything is Lego. Okay. Elbaf has to be like an archipelago. There's no shot that they can see the tree this far away. We've seen the tree so many times and it's so insanely wide that like it dwarfs the island. So like I mean, obviously we don't know the geography like this, but this is insane. The architecture, the perspective. Now that we know that the buildings are Legos and these are giants, that tells us that yes, the last chapter with Nami, she was in like a giant's room, and it was forced perspective. Sorry, but we'll talk about that. Something's wrong with this. It's a bee, a giant bee. Why do they look like a cursed version of Chopper, like in Kung Fu Point? I'm sorry, Oda. This gives me like Chopper Kung Fu Point PTSD, like this head, right? I feel like that's what Chopper looks like and I hate it. New design, please. What could have happened to these stinger moles? Stinger mole? Oh no, we're gonna start getting like Norse language. Oh my God. They don't just fall out of the sky. Oh, and I also want to explain also, like, we have the Hellbath video, we have an insane thing, but also, if people are in my Discord, my Discord structure, it's called the World Tree. It's ParVision's World Tree, and all the roles are based off of like Norse mythology and World Tree mythology, and like it's this, and we're here. We're gonna see Oda's vision of this. This is so insane. Oh my god. People in the forest reported that the tremors we felt earlier were caused when the mighty ear god collapsed. Ear god? Everything's a god. The great sun god, the ear god, everything's a god. Ear god is the rabbit. Don't be stupid. What could hurt that enormous rabbit? The big Stein. Big Stein Castle. Alright, so this is where Nami probably is, right? She'd be holed up in a castle, right? Damsel in distress. And this looks high up. And it's Lego. So where did Big Mom go? Because like they weren't Lego buildings. Yeah, it's still alive. What is with this huge bee thing? Oh, Nami's killing all the bees. She's so terrified. Morning, Nami. Say, where are we? Zeus, save us. No idea. Last thing. Wait, what did they say? Mighty ear god collapsed? Oh, that's definitely the Straw Hats did that, right? No idea. Last thing I knew, we were still on the Giants ship. Damn. Wow, somebody save me. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji. I'll even take Usopp. What's up with me? I don't even remember changing. Uh-oh. Am I dreaming? Where is this place? Plop. It's some kind of castle. Yep, it's a giant room. Yup, we were right. It was forced perspective. All right, let's bring it up. Let's bring up the image. Oh no, did I end the stream? No, I didn't. Cool. All right, let's bring it up. Favorite panel of Elbaf so far. This was indeed forced perspective. She was in a giant room, in a giant castle. But who is this? They don't look giant. Unless the other option is that this isn't a giant's castle. Wait a second. This person looks kind of small. Is this a person? Or is this a bee? Usopp's voice. Okay, Usopp's here. Youch. What's wrong with the floor? It's all bumpy. Clatter. Oh, that's not a person. It's a rat. It's huge. Shree. Badump, grr. Yeah, wait, I didn't mean to startle you. Usopp, where are you? Over here. Save me. What are you doing there? Another monster? Oh my god, this chapter's going crazy. We're in another world. We're in another world right now. Is this One Piece? Yo, I think collectively, it doesn't matter how slow, like how long the story is. Like to go from Wano to Egghead to this is like, what? This is insane. Okay. I've got my own problems. What is this? A monster manor? 3. Zeus, extend. Leave it to me. Crap, I'm gonna fall. Just zap it? Damn, whatever that is this like a rat or is it like a hamster? I guess same family. And then Usopp's being eaten by, oh, look at Usopp's face. He has a beard. Is it real? Imagine if Usopp's just been shaving all this time and he could grow that beard at any point. Zap it, just zap it. Okay. Whoop, tree. Meow. Wow. Whoa. So the lightning empowered rat exploded the cat. This sounds like a Dr. Seuss book now. The lightning shocked rat exploded the cat, and now it's enough of that. Usopp looks good though. Usopp, I feel like Usopp already is like glown up, you know? I mean, Nami looks great, don't get me wrong, but Usopp is looking pretty good. I've already got a bad feeling. No, I've got a bad feeling. I don't know why I said already. Ditto, glare. Hey, Usopp, do you know anything about this place? I remember us drinking on the giant ship. Next thing I know, I'm here with you. Yo, they got roofied. That's crazy. Wait, that booze. Didn't he say it could cause hallucinations? It's called absinthe, the green fairy. Yeah, I think me and Sai talked about it. Like, what if the green fairy is like real? Like, it's not just like a fairy. It's like a thing, you know? It's a dead end. Oh man, we're so high up. This is sick. This is like incredible timing too, because like my son's almost like he's building stuff now. Like he always had blocks, but now he's building stuff like towers and like roads and bridges and stuff like that, and he knows what those things are, so he'll be like, tower, bridge, and we're like, what? But yeah, and so soon he's gonna be getting to like regular Legos, and like instructions are still too early for him. But yo, an Elbaf set? Oh my god, please, can we get something like that? I don't know if I'd be able to afford it though. Lego sets are expensive, especially like a premium one. We might need to ask the green fairy for that one. Oh man, we're so high up. There's a chance this is a hallucination, right, Nami? Then I might be seeing a cat monster, but turn. It's probably just an illusion. Usopp, what part of this? Usopp, what part of this is the illusion? Even if it's an illusion, you were in the mouth of something, no? Nice, thank you. Now Usopp's still the same Usopp. Wait, but Usopp's a lot braver. That's some bravery right there, right? I think old Usopp would have been like, I'm afraid of illusions. My illusions are real. Sickness is coming back. Damn, Bafoo. He got knocked out. Nami's face. Oda's going crazy. Oda's going crazy with the Nami drawings right now. Last chapter, this chapter. They broke the Lego building. That's illegal. Lego. See, this is why Oda can't get a Lego sponsorship. Lego would be fuming, would be in tears watching all the broken Lego bricks. Apparently Lego's like a stickler, like you can't use Lego glue is illegal in the Lego building community or whatever. Like Lego doesn't like that. Apparently there's like, in order to become an official Lego builder, you have to follow some rules or something like that. Which like applies to like those like museum things and galleries that have like Lego pieces. In order to get Lego or whatever, I think you can't be doing this stuff. You can't be breaking it. Oda was probably like, oh, I'm gonna break all the Legos, and they're like, nope, We're taking back the sponsorship.
Zamdial has just donated $5 through Super Chat.
Oh.
SH are going to topple false gods and elves. Also, I
Hold
have
on,
a job interview very soon. Wish
It's
me luck.
not that I don't appreciate the super chat. It's just that my thing reset, and we got an alert box now. Wait, hold on. Why did that go through like that? Pause alert. Oh, there we go. Mute event sounds. I apologize. I had to mute it. Thank you though. Thank you, Zam. I will check it out after. But yeah. Usa. Kia. Okay, she's falling. Legos aren't soft. She falls on it, she might get hurt. Huff. Grr. Yeah, it suddenly turned into a line. Okay, maybe they are hallucinating. It suddenly turned into a line. We're doomed. Snap out of it, Usopp. We're gonna die. Roar. Yeah, I'm not a shield. Usopp is a shield, a sword. He's everything. Sniper King. Nami-san. Oh, Sanji. Oh! Oh, look at Sanji. He's fit. Wow. Oh my god, dude. That's nice. Wait, hold on. Let's get this correctly fitted. Wait, hold on. Why did it stretch out? Discord. Okay, we'll fix it later. We'll do one of these for now. Okay. Holy smokes. This is crazy. I only see, like, yo, Sanji looks good. I sentence you to death for making my beloved cry. Ifrit Jambe? Epaulette? Gear 4th? Gum Luffy? I don't see Luffy. Oh my god, dude. We're here. We're on Elbaf. 3 sword style. Kala Sutra Great Dragon. Oh my god. Yo, chill. Roar. Twister Whip Strike. Oh, Zoro. Sanji. Luffy. Or Sanji Luffy. Yo, that's crazy that they'd go that hard. Like, Sanji, Ifrit Jambe, and Zoro pull out Kala Sutra Great Dragon. I mean, Luffy bring out Gear 4 Elephant Gun is, like, big, but, like, he also does that for, like, just big things, right? But, like, Kala Sutra Dragon 3 sword style? He didn't even have 3 sword style against Lucci, right? That's crazy. Kia! Damn, they smoked that lion, dude. They smoked it. Oh my goodness. That's wild. Oh, whoa. It went from like a lion to like a cat. Is this might be like Loki, right? Is it transforming? It went from like a cat to a lion, or do Elbaf animals have the ability to like mega evolve? Do they have like mega evolutions? Are they? Is it gonna be like Pokemon or like Digimon or like Catmon Digivolve 2? Mega Lion Man. Oh, Zoro with the... Oh, I was wondering what this was. He looked a little dorky here in this one. In this one, like right here, it looked a little dorky, but it like the rest of the fit was crazy. And now Oh, do you guys see Zoro? Ooh. He looks like you know what that looks like though? It looks like the face guards you use in sports. Like when you have like a I think it's sometimes when you have like you broke your like was it the orbital bone or whatever, you break something here and then like or you're afraid to your sensitive vision or something, you wear the face guard. Whether it's basketball, soccer, they all have it. It looks low-key like that. Dude. Oh my god. This is so epic. It's just a cap, but like, come on. What are we talking about, dude? Did it just turn into a cat? I wonder how this guy will taste. Oh, they're gonna eat it. That rabbit they ate the ear god. The rabbit we grilled up earlier sure was tasty. She. Nami-san, I was really worried. I was so scared when Usopp died. Sanji-kun. Usopp's just dead. I'm still alive. And you're gonna pay for that human shield stunt. Nami's the right one to pay. Bruh, not again. What? What's not again? Who said not again? Sounds like there might be even bigger ones around. If they look good, I'll get us some. Let's prioritize finding the sea and our ship. We need to establish the crew's safety. Shout out to Zoro for that one. Oh, I have the Zoro shirt. Wait, hold on. I don't have that. Hold on. Well, I have time to spare. Hold on, guys. 26. we cook it. Find the one that matches with Zoro, but we're just gonna put this on for Elbaf. Fucking Elbaf, bro. Fucking Elbaf, bro. Oh wait, is my alarm going? No, we're good. Wait, what? Why is my phone vibrating? Oh, I was getting a call. Damn, dude. Is this the fastest chapter reaction of all time? Let's forget finding the sea and our ship. We need to establish the crew's safety. If you're going after food, don't forget that bee battalion in their hive. It'd be a shame to waste them since they're so nutritious. How are you guys taking this place in stride? Where the hell are we anyways? Into the unknown. Cover and color spread upon return. Break next week, and that is perfect because I have like 3 doctor's appointments next week and they just lined up for break week. Amazing. Oda's always lining up with my doctor's appointments. It's like he like knows my hospital and shit, and he like checks my what if Oda is like a part of my doctor's team? That'd be crazy. But we're good. 28. We have enough luxury to try and lock it down. Okay, so 28. That means you guys go buy lottery tickets. Damn, dude. How many people didn't believe in me? 58%. 58%. That's crazy. Okay. Oh, I missed it. I was yapping too much. Still not bad though. It's not terrible. It's just I was yapping. That's sad. Unfortunately. Big animals equals God in One Piece, I guess. Yeah, I mean, like, that is a thing. I mean, when you think about it, like, a lot of mythology is similar. Wano did that too, you know? Giant animals, godlike. This is insane. Like, this chapter just felt like it was short. It was short. It was quick. There's not a lot of like things to think about, you know? You just read this one, which is, look at me, and I just want to say, some of you guys are probably confused, the 34, 33, why shorter? I just like, you know, like, it was just one of those things. I was like, I was confident that I could read quickly today, but I didn't think it was this quick. And it's not me. I read slowly. I even changed in between the stream, in the reaction. The chapter was just like, keep it along. There's not much to think about, but there was a lot to take in. There wasn't a lot to think about, a lot to take in, a lot to experience. We are in Elbaf, dude. We are in... Okay, like, first of all, we saw Yggdrasil. They call it Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil, dude! We are here! We're gonna know, like, the lore of everything now. We need to report this to the Great Sun God. Are they talking about Luffy since he's on the island? But no, because they're like, who could possibly kill or beat the mighty ear god? And if they met the sun god, so there's someone acting as the sun god. And what could be the sun god? Because the sun god is representative of Nika, no? So like, whatever sun god is to them. Oh god. This is actually a huge lore theory. That's a huge lore theory thing right there. We don't have the context yet, but we have the starting point. The moment we figure out what they mean by sun god here, that's going to tell us a lot, I think, about like the One Piece. What if the sun god is the cat lion? It could be. Maybe Pandora is still alive. Yeah. So that is something you could theorize about. We don't have context, but you could theorize about like, what could their sun god be? I have an idea. It's kind of crazy, but like, we have to report to this to the sun god. What would the sun god like be doing for that, right? And sun god, like, so if you assume Oda didn't just 100% not mess up his perspective, the tree looks so tall because they're so high up. That means it's a sky island. Maybe this sun god is just a lead title for the leader of this. So tall because they're high up. No, the tree should be this tall, right? Wait, oh, let me double check what you mean by that. Are you talking about when the Straw Hats are there? So I think the tree being tall isn't the problem. The problem that I'm having at the moment is this. I believe we see it in 1076. I think we see it here. 1076. Let's see. So we cut over here. Or let me see if I have the picture here. I have it somewhere. Let me just check my my library real quick for the thing, because I know which folder it is and everything, because I did it in my Hellbath video, so it should be right around here. One Piece revamp. Then we go to Elbaf, fresh L, images, and then let's see here. There's a good picture of why this is weird. Let me try to find that picture so that everyone can see it. That's from Frankie's perspective. So it's just like, it's an imagination thing. But we literally saw the tree in one of these images. Yes, this one. Okay, which panel is this? This is, if I'm right here on she served. Okay, so it's 866, probably. This is the thing. We saw the tree there, but it's right here. Here, this one, right there. That's the weird part about all this is this. Okay, this is the weird part. When you look at this panel, which you guys can't see, when you guys look at the panel, look at the island, right? Okay, so there's the weather with par. Look at the island. This is the island, right? It's like half this width from the tree to the edge of the island is the entire width of the tree, right? Now, the thing is, Oda hasn't been showing us the other side, and that's fair. But look how wide this tree is. No matter how wide this tree is, this perspective that we get here doesn't really make sense. Because, like, not that the tree looks skinny or the tree looks small. It's just that these guys would have to be so far away from the tree in order to look like that. Someone said the tree is different. This could be training simulation. That's not Yggdrasil. That's Adam Tree. But they said Yggdrasil. I think it'd be all right. I'm gonna be blunt on this one, right? I think it'd be crazy if Oda was not referring to this tree right here about Yggdrasil, right? So this tree. Now the thing is, this tree could be Yggdrasil, right? And this tree could be a different tree. Is what I'm saying, right? Like that could be plausible. Like that they're on a different island, but it's in Elbaf. Now you might be wondering, like, wait, a different island? What do you mean by that? But here's the thing. It says Warland Elbaf New World, right? It's interesting because the way we're like introduced to Elbaf when Shanks is here, on an island in the New World, in a bar, blah, blah, blah. Like, it's almost like there are multiple islands within Elbaf, which would make sense. That's not the craziest thing. There's Elbaf, and then there's Warland Elbaf, and then there might be Legoland Elbaf. There might be lots of different parts of Elbaf. There could be, like in Norse mythology, there's Asgard, Outgard, Midgard. Oda could be doing a different variation of all the lands like that, right? All the yards, if you will. So, and this is what I was talking about in the podcast to Sai, is that it could very well be Tataland One Piece. Totoland. So here's the thing about Totoland, right? Totland. This is Whole Cake Island, right? In the center. And then around it is all this stuff. All of this is Totoland. This is Whole Cake Island. This is Chocolate Town, Chocolate Island. This is like Biscuit Island. There are different islands within Totoland. And that's what I was saying on the podcast, is that it's very likely that Elbaf is similar to Big Mom's thing, which would further emphasize why Oda created like the parallels and the narrative connection, is that like and then here's the other thing, is that Big Mom's Whole Cake Island, like her thing, we don't know what her castle was like necessarily was, because it was like a tree stump that like Strawson turned into a cake. But what was it before? What was this thing before it was a cake? Couldn't this be a tree? Right? That we know that Strawson turned this into a cake though, right? I'm pretty sure that was a confirmed thing. I'm gonna look up Strawson to double check that. Whole Cake Chateau. Bottom side. Yes. The collapse of the most account. Strawson transformed a large portion of the building into sponge cake. Oh no, this is after. But before that, wasn't it said that he also did a lot to the building? I gotta double check that one. That's one of those like niche information things. But yeah, and you know what's also interesting about that? All this like random adjacent side thing. It would also kind of fit with like they had the, if this was the giant cake and that would be the center of Elbaf, and they're talking about a small big tree. There was King Bomb, the like the tree king of all the homies, which I wonder if that like we're gonna get like something of the sorts here. The other thing about it is that it could be that all the trees are connected by the canopies. It could be that too. Oh, wait a second. Is it possible? Hold on. I need to search something. Hold on. If this is the case, then this would be crazy. Hold on. I'm looking at the tree, right? And I'm thinking, is some of you guys who watched my Hellbath video, this video, let me just pull it up. There was something that I mentioned in there, but I didn't stick on it because we were focused on the ending part. Oh wow, there's 300 people here. Thank you so much. Even though there's probably a lot of people streaming right now. This video right here, this one, Hellbath. This one of my, I posted it mainly because I wanted to get it out before we got to Elbaf. But it might be that this is not this. Yeah, okay. I'm more locked in on now. This is the main tree, and I think the assertion I made in my other video was that given how big this tree is, it wouldn't be crazy if we interacted with the roots of the tree. And it might be that this big tree is Yggdrasil. They might call it Adam Tree, whatever it might be. And this isn't the main tree. Instead, it could be a root. It could be because the tree is so big that its roots are so long and massive that in the One Piece world, it can just grow its own tree. It's not like a one-to-one. There are like some trees that can do something similar. Like there are parasitic trees, for example, that what they do is they grow like this, like in a viney nature, and they wrap around other trees. So like my friend's backyard, I was telling her that like, yo, your entire backyard is there's a giant parasite tree eating your entire forest in the back here, and they can't do anything about it because they're under HOA. And I was like, I guess no one in the HOA really sees that there's like a giant tree that's wrapped around and suffocating all these other trees. And so the way the tree is shaped and like all that, like the root, it has like a viney look. And there's a possibility where it is that, or that this is just a root of the main tree. Like, let's just say that the tree is like here, like the big tree is over here, and it roots goes down and up, and because in the One Piece logic, the root is so big that it can make its own tree, and thus making its own land around it. That would be kind of crazy. There's one other explanation, but I do think that this, like, because then if the flame spread to Yggdrasil, then the country's done for, right? It's interesting. Interesting. What kind of tree would this be? That one wouldn't be like a, like the only, I think there's like some trees I think you can grow from the root. Like just if you have the root, you can regrow some of the tree, and I think like you can do like not splicing, whatever it's called. But like what I'm describing here, I don't think is like, I don't think there's a tree that does this per se. Maybe there is. I don't really remember anything like it, but in the One Piece world, this could make sense if Oda's going this route, which again was something that the Hellbath video we talked about. We talked about the reality that the roots are so big that they probably create their own islands. Ooh, Eden's messaged me. Shout outs to Eden's. I see. This is a parallel. I got it. Twister Whip Sprawl from Alabasta. This giant lizard thingy. E-Paw Dragon. See how far the Straws came. Okay. Thank you, Eden's. I think I know what you guys are saying now. Some of you guys are saying that. Let me know when you can hop on side, when you can come on. Let's see. Okay. It's a subtree. Yeah, basically. Grafting. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah. A subtree. Yeah, like, and that's kind of interesting too, because subtrees are like a game, like, not a game, but like an organizational thing, right? Like when you say subtree, I'm thinking like corporate, like subtree organization structure, stuff like that. But in games a lot, you'd use a subtree for like evolving stats. Like a main tree being like, you know, offense, defense, whatever, intelligence, whatever, and then subtrees underneath that, you know, mining, crafting, cooking being under intelligence or whatever, right? Or under offense or defense, depending on what game. But yeah, it is interesting. So like, again, like this chapter is one of those things. In this first page is probably the most this panel right here is probably the most important panel. I probably, if I get the time to sit down and make all of it as I want, I could make like 3 on just this panel. This one's so exciting. Like it, oh my god. You know how crazy it is? We've been waiting for a goddamn tree for so long in the One Piece world. It's gone for a bit, but did you check the similar panel in 160? Oh, so 162. Thank you, Edens. Yep. I forgot I was streaming on Twitch. Apologies. You know how like Wano Sims together? Do you finish in 30? Yes, I did. On the prediction. Yep. I apologize, Twitch, for neglecting you. I'm new to the I'm old to the multi-stream, but it's been a while. I never played God of War. Go into one game inside the tree, and then totally different place. Yeah, oh, like a portal. Yeah, could possibly be like that. I think the second thing that I'm most interested about is the fact that it's a Lego thing, right? And then obviously like Oda can change what Elbaf looks like, sure, right? But this is what Elbaf looks like. And the thing is, we know that this is what Elbaf looks like because we see Shanks there. This is what Elbaf looks like right here. Boom. There's no Lego involved. Within the same year, right? I mean, this is not the same year, but like this is what Elbaf looks like, and we've had this substantiated multiple times. The Norse, the wood, the Viking aesthetic, everything, right? The Nordic. That aesthetic, right? And then boom, in Big Mom's flashback, the same thing. They're in the land of Elbaf. We know that Shanks is in Warland, and then here we are. We don't get it described of where we are exactly. The Straw Hats don't know, so that's their perspective, so we don't know. We are in some country of some sort, but we don't know if we're in Warland. And the buildings are not not saying not Nordic isn't really like Northern European, because Danish, Lego building, right? But yeah, Legos. Now, to say that Oda's just like changing the entire aesthetic, that would be crazy. So I think it's valid to think that this is a separate place off of Elbaf. This is a subtree, probably a root of like the main tree Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil so big that its root comes out and creates sublands around it, 6 out of the water. And that's incredible for a lot of things. Well, one, we could probably think Kid could be on one of these islands. But the other part is that a lot of these islands probably come and go. These trees... this is something I said in the Elbaf video. That the main tree, this tree that we see in Big Mom's flashback and that Shanks is next to, this might not be the Adam wood that people get, right? The Adam wood might be from the root trees, the sub trees. That's something that I was making an assertion in my Hellbath video, that it might be that in order to get the wood, they have to prune the roots. And the roots might be so big that they might make their own like ecosystems of some sort. And now, this isn't at all what I was saying about entire islands. I was thinking maybe possibly other islands, but not like this. A giant tree like that. This is really cool because then like Oda's showing us this and it's like, wait a second, that can't be the main tree, can it? It could be. It might not be. All I know is it's exciting. All I know is this is exciting. Wait, someone said Sai. Is Sai here? Is Sai here? Was Sai here? Did I miss him? Oh, where's my guy Sai? Sai is probably sleeping. If the chapter came out late, that means he's probably sleeping. And I'll give him a hoot and holler. Actually, give him a hoot and holler right now. Ooh, 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 ooh. See, ooh, 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 ooh. All right, gave him a hoot and a holler. Let's see if he comes in. Wheezy Bird, yeah. Eden showed it to me, the parallel thing. Let me see. I'll pull it up though. I realized I didn't pull it up on stream. 162. Here it is. The parallel page. Oda creating a homage to one of the Straw Hats classic team-ups. Gum Gum Dragon E Paul Twister Whip Sprawl. With Zoro here, Luffy there, Sanji on top. Everyone's freaked out, crazy. They cut off the head of a lizard dragon. These hot rocks are a natural grill. Hot rocks, interesting. Wait a second, hold on. I tried to stop him, but he ate some cactus along with the dragon meat. Dragon meat. But yeah, so this is the homage, or that was the original thing that Oda made an homage to with this attack on the second to last page, or third to last page, fourth last page. Where is it? There we go. Second to last double spread. There we go. Right there. Right there. Can you guys see it? Let me see. All right, Sai will be coming. Okay, here we go. Here it is. Here's the current one. Boom, and then ooh, 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 boom. Damn. 25-year difference. Still feels epic. Twister Whip Strike. Damn. How far we've come. How far we've come. Let me read some of these super chats while we wait for Sai. Again, I want to thank The Almighty Pizza for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Zamd Al with the $5 super chat says Straw Hats are going to topple false gods in Elbaf. Also, I have a job interview very soon. Wish me luck. Oh, wait. Good luck. I completely missed that. That's crazy because it read it out loud and I just selective hearing. I was like, oh no, my focus isn't there. Yeah, good luck. Wish you the best. You got this. Remember, do the Superman pose beforehand. Spread yourself wide and big. Give yourself that confidence. Do like a straw hat pose, you know? Do something like that. Yeah. Appreciate you. Thank you again for the $5 super chat. Santanu Adhikari with the 40. Do you think that cat is Yonko level? No, the cat's not Yonko level, but it might be Gorosei level. The cat definitely might be Gorosei level. Imagine, because like, remember what I was saying, like ear god, right? This is why the Gorosei never came to Elbaf. It's because they can't. Like when the giants came on the island and were like, huh, these are just like the creatures on Elbaf. Like this line might have worked Saturn. The straw has disappeared and nobody saw it. Not Bonnie, not Jinbei, not Robin. Something is incredible. Mr. Nine, that's because they were drinking. Moral of the story, don't drink hallucinogens that you're not familiar with, because that could happen. Now this is also kind of like the Hangover movies where that also happened. Bonnie was drinking, probably. Bonnie could have aged herself up. No, but actually you're right though, right? Because like what is it in this chapter? Where is it? 11. Where's 11:26? She's right here. Just chilling, right? Now when we get back, where is she? Yeah, I think Bonnie's probably drinking. Yeah. She's a supernova. Of course she drinks. She's been a pirate. She's been the top of the pirate verse. She definitely partakes. She's a glutton, remember. Imagine she did and nobody like checked her. Yo, it would have been crazy if we saw Kuma and Kuma watched the whole thing, because he's not drinking and he's a cyborg, so it probably doesn't affect him. Imagine if Kuma knows, like he has it recorded. Huh, maybe he does and Lilith can figure it out. That would be cool. Wait, isn't that the Hangover? No, I mean, like, obviously this is all the Hangover, but then in Hangover, wasn't there like a partial recording or something? They watched it and they're like, wait, what? I think the recording had like Mike Tyson's tiger in it. And they were just like, wait, what? How did the tiger get here? And then the video showed that they brought the tiger in or something like that. It would be crazy if Kuma watched the whole thing and he can't evoke himself at the moment, but Lilith like taps into his memory. WTF, how can Bonnie drink? She's 12. Here's a shocker for you. We go back, I mean, you go to other countries, kids are drinking at like 12. I mean, even in modern times, when you go back to, you know, pirate eras, everyone was drinking. Think about it. Think about this, right? What did the people drink when there was no running water? Right? They were drinking. Everyone was drinking. Yeah. Takuan. Yeah, you can drink at like 13 in Russia. I mean, they give kids drinks over there. You could just go to the bar in places. In Europe, 14-year-olds can drink. Yep, in some places. And let's not forget, Odin also was at the brothel at 6. We talked about that last stream. In Greece, your parents can give you wine when you're 12. Look at that. Bro, my grandpa gave me a glass of wine when I was 7. Here we go. It's possible to do stuff that's illegal in your own world. Odin was going crazy at like 5. Exactly. But why drink though? Yeah, that's where I'm at. Intuition by Asif. I agree. I don't drink. Drinking is terrible for you. Bad for the liver, bad for the brain. But time to time, I'm not opposed to it. I refuse to believe child emperors didn't have concubines. Oh, they did. Yeah, 100% they did. Bro, Odin was at the brothel doing his math homework? That's crazy. Did Luffy really use Gear 4th on just his leg? Let's see. Huh, you're right. It is just a leg kick. It's probably... Wait, yeah, is Gear 4th necessary there? Wait, did Luffy use Gear 4? Huh. That's interesting. You're right. He does say Gear 4th. And it's just his leg. Never had dragons. Oh, no, he always had dragons appear behind him in the manga. Was that an anime? No, he had it in the thing. Not like that though. That one is very different, but he did the thing made a dragon aura on his sword. Let's see when does Zoro pull it out to restore purgatory? When does he dodge the thing? Is it next chapter? Damn, I used to remember. It's probably here. Right around. When does he say to dodge? When does Big Mom say dodge? Oh, right here. So here, the anime made this turn into a dragon, but then also there was another part that, like, the aura turned into a dragon. But, like, as far as the actual, like, imagery, not perfectly, but I'm trying to find the other one. I think the next time, I'm forgetting where it is. I'd have to search too much. But the next time they show, like, an actual dragon as the aura. Whereas what you're saying here, the imagery is so full here, right? Yeah, the detail here, you're talking about this, right? Here it looks like Zoro's channeling the Momo dragon here. So, but yeah. Also, tripping about Bonnie drinking when Ace saw what Luffy had sake. True. Luffy said Gear 4th, then named a Gear 3 attack Elephant Whip. It's so weird. Yeah, it's also funny because, like, we know Oda has to refer back to the wiki to remember his move name, so he probably just didn't do that this time. There are bones scattered at the council floor human-sized, so maybe they were kidnapped to be toyed with by the giant animals. Games? Yeah, it's possible. The swords on Nami's back appearing and disappearing is clearly some big brain foreshadowing. Huh? What do you mean? Oh, like in this chapter she didn't have the sword on her back? She had the sword there. She has a sword here. And then the sword's there. And then the sword's gone. What could that mean? Someone stole her sword. Is it a Tentata? Maybe this isn't Nami. No, it's probably just like a... It's probably... Yeah, she fell. Probably that. Simulation removed them because she didn't use them. Yeah, it's probably just they fell, right? I hope Nami infuses the sword with Zeus's lightning. That'd be sick. In short, Oda's promoting giving alcohol to kids. I think about it like this, Memoji. And I know you're like you're joking, but people are weird about this, right? Where like they'll watch like Game of Thrones and they'll be like, "Oh my god, this is promoting like childhood, like all this crazy stuff." Because crazy stuff. I was like, so what do like history books tell us then? Like, I'm not saying Game of Thrones is historically accurate, but like, bro, this if you read like what 1600 1700 European like history, like the royal shit, you're like, this is weirder than the fictional stories we paint out now. It's crazy. And like some people go on Twitter and be like, oh my god, this story is glorified. I'm like, they could read this about anything. Like all this stuff is, reality is weirder than fictions a lot of times. Americans wouldn't know. They don't teach them real history. Yeah, no, it's so weird. I had a really good social studies teacher in 7th grade, I think. My middle school social studies teacher, and then like my 10th grade like AP US history teacher, they were really good. They literally like, yeah, the curriculum was bad. They went against the curriculum a lot. But yeah, the curriculum, the thing is like, there's a reason why the US military is so heavily funded, and they put funding in even Marvel, right? And like Marvel gets funded by the US military. Why? Because Iron Man makes the military look cool, right? And you gotta wonder why the US military would fund public education. Similar thing, but that's a 50-50 conversation. It's a 50-50 conversation. All I'm saying is that indoctrination's everywhere.
And what we need are teachers that hold our students at gunpoint while they learn.
Wait,
so that they can really grind that information into those damn brains.
Wait, we already have that, don't we?
Oh, do we? Oh, yeah, sign me up.
Aren't the teachers armed and ready?
Oh, yeah, but they're not like, forcing kids to learn though. I feel like they could be utilizing it better.
Dang, you haven't seen all those the teacher fight videos where the students get into fight with the teachers and the teachers just fucking takes them down, uses that dad strength on them. But it's like self-defense though.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, those teachers, man, every video I've seen with the teacher, they're just getting bullied by kids.
Yeah,
they need to stand up for themselves.
But to be fair, some kids are big. There's some big ass kids out there.
Yeah, that's why I think the teachers need to, like, tasers.
Tasers. Ooh.
Okay, let's get rid of the guns. Tasers.
Go back to the days where we slammed textbooks on desks.
Yeah, give them like a bamboo sword, really. Just anything.
Yeah. Bamboo swords.
Coming in with politics. It's not even politics. It's common sense. Take them down.
Maybe that's where Nami's sword went. Nami's sword probably went to the U.S. education system.
Oh yeah. Wait, did she actually lose her sword? Let me see.
I mean, it like she fell like 50 stories, so like I'm sure it just like somewhere, right? Like
no, say it ain't so. I like that sword.
Yeah, like she had the sword, and then she got slapped by a cat, and then she didn't. Oh no, she loses the sword before she falls out of the building. Never mind.
Damn, maybe Zoro stole it. We just don't know.
Yeah, Tashigi. Oh, Tashigi.
Yeah, it's Tashigi, that damn snake. That raccoon.
Yeah. So Sai's in the building, and we already covered all the super chats. That's how late he is.
Hey! I'm within the time frame you gave.
That's fair. Wait, if I didn't ping you, were you sleeping, or would you have?
Oh, I was already up. I was like getting ready. Actually.
Oh yeah, I figured.
By the time you pinged,
I felt bad pinging you, but the chat was like, bother Sai right now.
At?
Yeah.
Hey, that's fair. Hey, if this was like an earlier release, then yeah, that ping would have been helpful. But
yeah,
no, I was up and about.
Yeah. So, let's just deal with the elephant in the room, Sai. We had a discussion last week where it ended in the sense of, if this was a certain thing, you were like, Oda is terrible at drawing. And it turns out that thing is true. And so now Oda is terrible at drawing.
Wait, what thing?
That Nami was in a giant room and it was forced perspective.
Oh, see, I don't think it's a giant room still.
Wait, what?
Yeah. Okay. I thought about this when I was reading the chapter. I was like, I wonder if Par's gonna think this is a giant room still.
It's a giant room.
So okay,
it's made for a giant lion cat to traverse.
Oh, okay. But that's the thing, though, right? It's made for the lion cat. But my stance is that it's not a giant room. It's not made for like Dorian Broggie.
No, that's moving the goalpost. That's moving the goalpost.
No, that's not the goalpost. That's always been the goalpost.
No,
you're moving it backwards.
No, the forced perspective thing was saying that everything around her is big, not that it's a giant's room.
Okay, see, you should have distinguished it, because when you talk about like a giant room, I'm assuming you mean like the same shit that's on the giant ship.
No.
The size of this,
we talked about it. We talked about it. You said it was a dollhouse.
No.
You said it was a dollhouse made for Nami. You said it was small and it was a dollhouse. You guys remember this?
Look at this.
The big Stein Castle.
Par's doing anything for a W, huh? What are you bending backwards, buddy?
No chat knows. This is crazy.
No.
Don't make me pull up the video side. Don't make me pull up the video.
Hold it. Is this still a small house?
A small house? What do you mean a small house? It's called the Big Stein Castle.
Yeah, Big Stein, but big for little kids, I bet.
What the fuck?
This isn't a giant's castle. It's not.
It's not a giant's castle, but the room that Nami was in is giant. Giant. I literally...
Brother, if I was in that room... if you were in that room, would you call that a giant room?
The room is giant, yeah.
I wouldn't, dude. I really wouldn't.
What do you mean? You said that the barrel is the size of Nami. That's what you said. And then when I said it's forced perspective, and you're like, nah, I can't see it.
Do we see the barrel, though? Do we see the barrel?
We see everything else. What do you mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
what
size of Buccaneer. They're calling you a Buccaneer now. You're cooked. You're fucking cooked.
I'm not. Oh, whoa, Buccaneer. That's don't call me the B word, buddy. Call me any other B word. You know, a bitch, a buddy, a buffoon. Don't say Buccaneer. That's a little bit too offensive.
No, Mia Luca, you're not saying you're both right here. Don't give Sai an inch, he'll make it a mile. Don't do it.
I already know. See, here's the thing.
He moved it from, I say the room is really big, and he's like, no, Par, you said giant room, and I thought you meant a giant.
Here's the thing. I don't need people to tell me I'm right, because I know I'm right. Par thought this was a room made for Dorian Broggie. You know, they'd be in this room walking for days because it's so damn big. And I was like, no, Par. This is just sure, it's slightly bigger, but it's not a giant's playhouse.
The giant lion cat is roaming around this room. Oh.
And guess what? The giant lion cat broke the wall because the castle is barely made for him. You see that? Oh my God, can he fit his head in the little top spinny thingy?
We could say that at the Thousand Sunny. Luffy could break the thousand. We could say Luffy could break the Thousand Sunny, and what are you gonna say? The Thousand Sunny wasn't built for him? Oh, Sai, are you gonna?
Honestly, have you seen the Thousand Sunny? That shit's small. It's small. It's so small.
Oh God. Oh.
We've been talking about them getting a new ship just because it's so damn tiny.
But Sai, the ship is made of the Yggdrasil tree.
Oh, the Yggdrasil tree. That's so cool. Man, that's an ugly looking tree, huh?
Yeah, I don't know if you probably weren't here for this part, but what do you think about the tree? Actually, let's get to that, because I talked a lot about what I said.
I've played with so many different ideas, like, and that's the thing, right? Like, we have no clue what the hell this is. So one thing is that this tree doesn't exactly look like the tree we've been seeing the entire time off the coast of Elbaf. Is it the same one? It could be. Doesn't have to be. But like this tree is definitely a lot more like spirally, right?
Yeah.
It's like thinner in a way. I don't know if that's like the forced perspective that you love, but it could just be it could just be that we've never seen the top of it, and that's fair. Another thing they said is that the country's done for. So it's like, yo, like what does this tree do for the country, right?
I
Because
throw
the Adam
rocks at
tree
your window.
or the Eve tree, like it gave sunlight to Fishman Island. So what does this tree do for the giants? Like, does it like, I don't know. Maybe this is how giants are born. Like, you know how like I've always had the fear that babies come out of the sewer? Maybe like the baby droplets are coming from the sky and that's how they get like impregnated.
So I've known you for 2 years now, and I've
Yeah.
never known about this. The babies come from the sky.
Wait, I've never told you that?
No, bro. Unless I ignored you that entire segment. Of your...
I always I try not to repeat it because I repeat it too much, but it's a story about how I'm always scared that one day, like, a bunch of kids are gonna come out of the sewer and be like, "Hey, Dad," because like you know like, and not just me, like every person alive, because you know people, when you clean up, you shoot down the toilet or something. And it's always been a fear that one day, like, all the reject kids are gonna come out of the sewer and just be like, "Dad, we've been looking for you." And they're like sewer babies. Yeah, like the Ninja Turtles, but on crack.
This you haven't said it this way. I think you said it in the terms of your hybrid human.
That too.
Yeah. It came.
They could be like hybrid humans, sewer babies. Like they could be mixed with like whatever's living down there.
Bro, I had
whatever
a nightmare.
amoebas.
Takuan is mind roping with you right now. I had a nightmare about that. Yo, how?
Oh,
you guys gooned in the shower? What the fuck is happening?
No, it could be shower, toilet, river, even like anywhere there's like a mass body of water. Like I think this could be like a fear that many people have. Like even like you know the water plants where they're supposed to like filter out all that nastiness.
Yeah.
What if instead the government's collecting all of like the reject, you know, sperm, and they're cooking up like a massive human being?
Not even multiple, just a massive human being.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they could call him the million-faced monster.
So I think the government tells us also that they have plans in place to deal with that fear intentionally. That's why they make the water system take many days to go through out to circulation. And so by the time it gets there, the sperm dies. This is an intended part of the design.
Mm-hmm. They thought about it.
Because you're not alone in your fear.
Grass had the same fear. Yeah.
That's why it takes like 7 days to do that, because the Great Lakes are a sperm hub is crazy. This is why I stay away from lakes, though.
Many men. I feel like ever since man and woman have been a thing, men have always feared little mongrels, unwanted mongrels. And that's why the fear of the Great Lakes has become a thing more and more these days.
So this tree, so I agree with you that this tree is it's very odd from the Elbaf we saw in prior instances. So chapter 866 is a good example. I brought that up. And the thing is, we brought this up on our recent Elbaf video, talking about how the possibility that this tree on Elbaf is so big, and I also talked about this in the scope of on the last podcast, that Elbaf might not be one giant island. It could be like an archipelago. It could be like Tataland, where there's a center island that's Elbaf, that's Warland, because we see Shanks in Big Mom's flashback, or in both of those cases. We see the architecture, and it is like Nordic, it is Viking, it is like the wooden style, versus on this island, they're all this like Lego architecture. So it's very intentionally different, and it's very odd because it's not like we're going back years. We're going back like literally the last time Oda showed us Elbaf, and he did make the discrepancy that Shanks was on Warland Elbaf, and we don't get that for this, and the Straw Hats don't know where it is yet. So
it's possible that this is not the Elbaf tree that we know. This is possible that it's not the mainland Elbaf. So the two things are separate, because this could be the main tree and we are on an island far enough away where this perspective makes sense. But then if they're saying if flames spread to Yggdrasil, then the country's done for, that's the interesting part, because if they were so far away and that is the main tree and they're separated, then why would the flames spread to Yggdrasil, right? And that's where it's like that wouldn't make sense. This tree is there, but the spirally thing is correct. And so, like, for me, there's two things that come to mind, and I've talked about this before. There are trees that like have a spirally like nature. There are trees that look spirally, but then there's also trees that are just, they wrap around other trees like a parasite. But so I don't know if it's the parasitic kind, because that would be crazy here, because the point of those trees is that they suffocate the other trees and take their resources. What I'm thinking here is along the lines of my Elbaf video, that if the Elbaf tree is that big, then it would make sense that its roots are giant. And one of the possibilities is that the islands around Elbaf are made by the giant roots that come off of that main tree. And that main tree might have sub-trees, kind of like a video game. In a video game when you're like leveling up, or sub-trees. In lots of contexts, there are sub-trees. Even in Norse mythology, I'm pretty sure there are sub-trees that nuance there. So this could be a sub-tree, and the logic that Oda is using here is that this is a root of that main tree. So it's a big tree, but not the main tree, and this country is substantiated by that rooted tree. The fire goes there, it might cut off that tree, and then the country's done for, because it doesn't have anything like rooting the land there. Which again, part of the Elbaf video. But the other part, the reason why I like that is because one of the things I was thinking about is the Adam tree was said that it can't be shot down and survived all the wars. So what logic is there to have that they cut off parts of the tree for Adam wood for the black market? And that's where I was saying that it might be that the Adam tree that's circulating around the world, the Adam tree that Frankie got his hands on, isn't from the main tree. It's from the roots of the tree, which is something that you have to do to trees, very big trees, is occasionally you have to prune the roots, because the roots can get so widespread and so big that they end up becoming a detriment to the tree itself. And this is a thing that helps the tree's longevity and its structural integrity sometimes, is you have to go to a certain distance out from the tree. And I talk about this in the Elbaf video. You have to prune the tree's roots, and that might be what has to be done to some of these islands. And that might be where the Adam wood comes from that goes around the world, which would explain why that's Adam tree that never has been felled before through all the thousands of years of war still has trees that or wood that's circulating around the world, especially if Shanks is the one who's circulating it, which is a separate theory. But so that's where I'm at with the tree. I think it's a sub tree. I don't think it's the same tree that we've come to know and want to know about, but I don't think it's completely separate. And I really do like what we're getting here, though, because like this is the first page, right? Like this, the entirety of the chapter, very quick. I don't know if you saw it. I just had an instinct with today, because I felt like I was gonna read fast anyways, but I didn't expect like this, where it was just like a take in everything and read, kind of like go through the chapter, not much to think about, just a lot to absorb. And so I did. Will it take me over 34 minutes or under 33 minutes? And I would hit 28 minutes. 28-minute reading. That's the fastest of all time. So yeah.
That's pretty solid. I mean, the chapter, like you said, it's kind of top heavy in a way, because like in the first page, right, you got fire's gonna destroy the Yggdrasil, sun god, Yggdrasil itself, ear god. Like there's a lot of
ear god,
things here.
Sun god. They have to report to the great
ear god, right?
Yeah. And that they have to report this to the great sun god.
Okay.
So we don't know who the sun god is.
Yeah, sometimes I get scared when I say things, because it's like, oh, holy crap, did TCB post that or not?
Yeah.
But yeah, like I feel like I'm in the same boat as you. Like I see, like, I'm like Doctor Strange. I see like 50 different possibilities for this, but one of the possibilities is that this isn't like the Adam tree that we've come to know and love, and this is just like a subset, like you said. And the thing with Yggdrasil is that it holds the 9 realms together. So I was like, okay, maybe there's like 9 separate islands of Elbaf, and I like that idea because that would also explain the Legos versus like the wooden houses. The one thing, this is kind of meta to say, but like the one reason why I don't like the idea is because it's like, will Oda really make another 9, segmented country like Wano again? Because like in Wano, we spent a long time there just going through all these islands, and people even forget like half of them. So it's like, will we really get that here on Elbaf? I guess that's my main qualm about having so many trees in so many different areas.
I think that qualm is valid. I think the context is different, but we still don't have the Elbaf context, which was that Wano, the regions weren't important in modern times because Kaido made it unimportant. Orochi made it unimportant, right? The regions were important for Odin's time. In Odin's backstory, Kori being the lawless land and him getting to know the daimyos, becoming a daimyo, that was actually important for Odin's backstory, not for the modern timeline in the large run, right? Like all you needed to know for the modern time is that the Shimotsuki was in the Ringo part, and so that's where Zoro is. Udon's over here, but like largely the culture of each section didn't matter because they were oppressed, and by having a foreign entity like essentially occupying the nation, it took away from what existed there. And that's why all the samurai just banded together and fought like together. We didn't even get even the Yakuza, we didn't even get a separation from the Yakuza from the government for anything like that, right? Whereas on Elbaf, like tribes and groups, I forgot what they're like, different Viking groups, I forgot what the grouping are called, but that's a very being like under Odin's son and under Thor's son, and like I am of the Thor, like my captain is Thor's son or something, like whatever that is, right?
I'm a Thor groupie.
Yeah, like all the allegiances, the flags, like in that, those things mattered a lot, and I feel like Oda's going to be using that really well, and the way he might be doing it is probably not too different from like a Vinland Saga, where it's kind of like a game of Risk, where it's a cumulative thing where like, if let's say for example, and this is a hypothetical because if what the chat and kind of convinced me of, some people are saying the great sun god is probably just a lion, the lion being like, if ear god is a characteristic of the rabbit, which is the big ears, then god, then the mane of the lion being the sun, and it goes away, right? Because we saw it transform from a cat to a lion. So maybe when the sun god comes out, when the sun comes out, it's the sun god, right? And it could be that sun god is what they're saying here, the great sun god. But I don't know why I say we need to report this to the sun god, because that's interesting. Unless it's like a zoning.
That's why, like, I was on the boat. I was like, okay, this is most likely a animal at first. Yeah. But it's like if this was a fire, like in a dire situation, and you need somebody to save you or help you, why would you contact an animal? Right? Yeah. I guess that's my main thing. It's like, huh?
But at the same time,
I love the lion idea, but
at the same time, if the lion's residing in the castle and it had the throne hat, like it also had a hat, so like there is that, like that's the only thing. I was like, maybe they do report it to this. We don't know, but like maybe they're just dumb. Like I don't know, like this, like, you know what, we're so silly that we might as well just hand it over to this cat. They know better, way better than us. Like I don't know, that the attire, the positioning of this cat was what was like, okay, it is in the castle, like the big Stein castle, and it has the king's hat, so that was interesting. But yeah, separate to that, like it's like hypothetically, let's just say that the great sun god, maybe the other places have sun gods or a sun god. Like let's just say Loki is a residing sun god. Maybe Luffy is going to take the role of the, like even in Vinland Saga right now, it's like the second son, the bastard son who doesn't have the right, the heir to the throne, but they are more competent, and they show up.
Spoiler.
And then they well, not for Vinland, but like, you know, just the European thing where it's like, you know, like they just show up and like, oh my god, you're also the son of the king? Haha, I was thrown away by my father, but I am back and I'm way better than that bastard son, blah blah blah, or something like that. And then they come in and then they rally up troops, and then they show how cool they are, or how strong they are, or how fit to be king they are, and slowly they get more troops, and then they overthrow the leader, right? And it could be something like that. It could be another way to look at it. It could be that Oda could mix the Knights of the Round Table and Norse mythology. He could bring in that if there's 9 islands, 9 realms, maybe he also throws in like 9 knights of some sort, and he has to like beat them or something like that, or something, or bring them onto his side, and he has to take over the throne or capture some kind of treasures. I don't know. It depends, because like when you think about Vikings, there's a lot you could do from the mythos, from history, from things. And when you read like how Oda regards them in the first chapter note and the various Viking posts, it's that there's not a lot of set in stone history that he can go off of, so he's just gonna kind of like do his own thing. And I think my favorite part of this is that when we're looking at Yggdrasil and like there's fires and Vikings, it's a mixture of Yggdrasil, Vikings, and then Legos. Like,
yeah, what a combo.
Yeah, and then when we get to Nami and we get to Usopp, first of all, however much you hate Usopp looks way better than he's ever done, I think.
Oh yeah, he looks great. I love these outfits, man.
Yeah, I think Elbaf, like Zoro looked sick. When I saw Sanji, sick. Everything was sick. I think Luffy's might be the not weirdest one, like the worst one, but it's still like 10 out of 10,
whoa,
you know?
Whoa. Okay, I'll say this. I love all the designs. The only thing I dislike, and it's a minor complaint, I don't like Zoro's shoulder pads. Like, he's got 2 of them. They're like really bulky looking.
Okay. Oh no, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's like maybe just get rid of 1 and then keep the other, but just 2?
Yeah. The shoulder pads, I'm trying to think, they would restrict mobility, but also I feel like those were more for bruisers rather than like strikers. Greasers. Right? Like,
yeah.
Zoro's not like, he can be an assassin, but he's more like of a striker than a tank bruiser. Well, he is a tanker too. But yeah, like that, yeah, it is interesting. Sanji has the full like knight, like the armor kind of thing, so that kind of makes sense. But he looks like he has more of like a scout, like a, not a scout, but like a, what are they called? Damn.
He looks like a knight. He looks like somebody out of freaking Elden Ring. They just pulled him out.
Yeah, you're right. Like without the armor, right? Just like what you wear underneath the armor.
Yeah.
What is Zoro's shoulder pads? Huh.
I like how you're looking at it now too. You're like, man, it's weird.
Yeah, I mean, it's functionally, right? But yeah, that's why, like with Luffy just looks like not generic, but we've seen it before. It's kind of just makes sense. It's just him with the coat and then the helmet, right? Whereas like I really liked Zoro's like glasses thing. I like
the goggles are freaking good.
Yeah, like I did not expect that.
Skypiea Zoro. This is literally like Skypiea Zoro in a way.
That was the
last time we had goggles on Zoro.
It looks sick. I think Zoro pulls it off really well for sure. He looks like a different character too. Like when you look at that last thing when Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, it looks like Zoro in a different time. It looks like Zoro in like Blue Lock or something, like some random ass.
Yeah, Zoro had a Blue Lock.
Yeah.
I wear these goggles so that my speed doesn't hinder my sight.
Yeah, something like
something silly.
Also, Yggdrasil looks tiny compared to his last appearance. Fiso, you should go back maybe like 10 minutes to my explanation of why. But I talk about it in my live reaction and I think about 10 minutes ago with Sai. But just FYI, Oda called it Gear 4 by mistake
Also, I think there's a high chance
That's
this
definitely a mistake.
yeah, a model town full of humans and not Elbaf because the houses are Lego and the bees aren't that much bigger for Nami. Interesting. Okay.
Wait, say that again? The bees aren't much bigger than Nami?
So they're saying that the bees are the size of Nami, right? Aren't that much bigger than Nami. So giant bees, but they're saying that the town folk might not be giants. They're saying that the town folk might just be normal people. It's hard to say because we don't get a side by side of Nami and the bee, but it looks like Nami's way the same size as the bee, whereas the giants or these people are way bigger than the bees. So in the first page, like the bees are here. Sure, they're in the foreground, and this could be another one of those perspective things that Oda's playing around with. But the giants are here in the background, and they're towering over the bees. Whereas here, Nami's in the foreground, and the bee is in the background, and the bee is still the same size as Nami, relatively. So that would mean that the bee is way bigger than Nami.
I think that's a fun idea, though. Like, what if, like,
I do like
these
that.
guys are like dwarves?
Yeah, like the small. Yeah, no, that's why I like.
We meet them, and then we're like towering over them, and that's why they call it Big Stein Castle, because it's big to them because they're super short.
And yeah, I see. That's why I don't think you use the bees as an example per se, but I think that here's what you could say. Here's what you could say, maybe, right?
Another race out hate.
Small giants? You would hate small giants? Why?
If I hate large giants and I hate tontados, there's no way I would have an exception for small giants.
But isn't that just a human?
Well, they're like stockier than a human, and I'm assuming they're still a little bit larger or maybe like smaller than a human. Like, if they're not human size, get them out of here.
Okay, but here's why I like the idea that these are normal sized people. Could be perspective, but look up to the size of a giant. A human fits in Dory and Brogy's palms, because yes, that is true. Yeah, not that much bigger, but like, okay, I see what you're saying. You're saying Nami fits in the size of Dory and Brogy's hand. So in this image, if the distance, right, like if you were to say that Nami and the bee are the same size, then this image is weird because these bees should be the size of that fit in the giant's palm, like similar to how a bee would be in my hand, right? And that's where, yes, the perspective is a difficult thing to ascertain here, right? Because Zeus is huge, but Zeus's change is amorphous, so it's like we can't even tell from Zeus. Is Zeus coming closer to us or is he above the bee? But we do know that these things are giant, like these circular things on the ground. Like Nami points out, like right here, what's wrong with the floor? It's all bumpy. The floor thing is giant. So it is kind of a diss in a way. I would say that the bee is bigger than Nami. But it still doesn't help with the perspective thing. But going back to why I like your idea that the giants on this island may not be giants is because if they were giants, I don't think they would have a problem beating the lion god or ear god.
Yeah, why do they call it? Yeah, like that's another weird thing, right? Like, why call it a god?
Well, like so yeah, calling it a god is one thing, right? Like maybe they say like Yama, right? Like the biggest boar is the god, and they have the biggest rabbit is the thing, right? But the thing is, don't be stupid. What could hurt that enormous rabbit, right? Even if it was a giant rabbit, like like we saw the lion, right? Let's just say it's the same size as the lion.
Yeah,
I think Dory and Brogy could take it. Right?
Oh, easy.
I think giants wouldn't have a problem. So like, I don't think it'd be that insane to think like, what could hurt that giant rabbit? So this panel right here could substantiate the fact that these guys might not be giants per se, like Dory Brogy giant. They could be small giants. They could be human-sized giants.
Hybrid giants.
I can definitely see that based off the fact that they think that these animals are that formidable. Where we see like Oimo and Kashi. I'm not gonna say Oimo and Kashi are weak,
They were on the giants, the giant pirates, so like maybe they're above normal giants. And we did see Big Mom clap giants all around, but can a normal giant take the animals on their island? I don't think it's that crazy to think so. Chapter title super weird too. Adventure in the Land of Mystery. Yeah. So I think so I think that's what I was saying. This is an island off of Elbath. It's like an archipelago. The lion wouldn't be giant in comparison to them, so the giant rabbit to a giant would be Sanwan wolf size. Yeah, exactly. So that's why this take is kind of interesting. John Stoops, 15-month membership. Appreciate you. Take a nap one time in my life and everyone goes live. Yeah, sorry, John Stoops.
Get after loser.
John Stoops, that was not
Kidding.
me.
Glad you woke up.
That was Sai, and he's on demon mode.
I'm glad you woke up. My uncle one day went to sleep and he never woke back up.
Hence demon time. But yeah, this chapter
Went out peacefully.
Like Sai said, is very top heavy. Everything we just discussed is the first page and first panel of the second page. That's it. That's what we've been talking about for like the last 20 minutes. And then after that is just like a sequence of events. That's like
fun.
Yeah, it's fun. It's like there's not a part that's like Usopp looks cool. Nami obviously looks cool. The place,
the comedy hit.
I think on top of that, for me, that was like very I think the biggest thing for me is sitting back and looking at the last few years of One Piece, where we went from Wano. I remember when we first got to Wano, and it was like insane.
Boring.
Coming from Whole Cake Island, going from Whole Cake Island with the food stuff straight into the Reverie, and then we swapped over to feudal Japan, and like, you know, the outfits, the design in the anime, it was insane. The music, the textures, everything. And then we got to Onigashima and it changed again, and it was like crazy. We got the roof piece, it changed again, and then we got to Egghead and it just completely blew us away with the intro. And in Egghead we see Elbaf and it feels like Vinland Saga, but for in the manga, for us to go from Egghead, and the thing about Egghead is it not that it stopped feeling like Egghead, but once the Buster Call started and the Gorosei came in and we started getting like magic and the war and everything, we stopped getting like a lot of like the super tech stuff, right? And we got de-immersified from like the technology per se. But then we didn't even take a rest, and now we're in we were going to Elbaf, and then Oda hit us with the nope, we're in Legoland. It's just crazy to sit back, and then like last chapter we see Legoland, and now we're getting eaten by a giant rat. That a giant bee attacking Nami, and a giant rat that she electrified, and that rat hits a cat, and that cat is wearing a hat, and we're in Elbaf, and it's like a Dr. Seuss book. And it's like crazy because Usopp like actually feels good on screen for once. And then we got Zoro, Sanji, Luffy doing an homage to Alabasta. And then like it's just, there's just so much. It's just so much, even though not like a lot happened. It's just crazy. It's just so
yeah,
cool.
I really love the start of Elbaf because, you know, I was dissing Wano a second ago. It's not a real diss, but you know, like when you think about like all the other arcs, you know, Egghead, Wano, Whole Cake, Zoe, Dressrosa even, whenever we get to those new islands, we start, I wouldn't say samey, but like, you know, we always start, we get a little bit of exposition, you know, we get like, you know, we wind up to the island a little bit. But here in Elbaf, we're kind of just dropped in. I think you mentioned, no, I don't think it was you. I think it was Bushido, but they mentioned like Strong World, and it's like, yeah, this feels like Strong World, where, you know, you hop into the movie, and then it's just like, hey, by the way, the Straw Hats are just here. They're being chased by giant animals, and it's like, oh shoot, that's cool.
That was
and it's just a fun, adventurous feeling. You know, it's like being dropped in the middle of birth in Skypiea. It's like, wow, like we're just being attacked.
To mistake me for Bushido, when we talk every week, that is one of the greatest slanders of all time. The carrot agenda guy and me. And
like one
anybody
of the
else,
same.
if you said
There was a whole like little time in my life where I thought you and Bushido were the same person.
if you anybody else, you could have said Chin. Oh, I don't know if it was Par or Chin. Bushido.
Yeah, nothing's wrong with Bushido.
Yeah, nothing's wrong with Bushido, but there is something wrong with mistaking me for Bushido. I love Bushido, but I don't love being mistaken.
Hey, I've never seen Bushido in real life, and I've never seen you in real life. So I mean, you might as well just be the same person.
I said this earlier and you didn't hear it. You said something and I was like, I want to throw rocks into your window, and I was showing up. I don't remember. I just was like, I'm dead ass like about to vandalize that one window in your place. I'm just.
Hey, I got 2 windows, brother.
Yeah, but that window I have a problem with. This window, guys, you guys can't see it. This window, that one. I'm coming through for it. Oh god, no. D Almighty Pizza $2 super chat says drunk Kude Bird to Elbaf for real. Like D stream. Yeah, see the problem is, or not the problem, but for Frankie isn't with them. So like Frankie's on, and not that they can do the Kude Bird without them, but like the people who normally do the Kude Bird, which is Brooke and Frankie, I feel like they're on the Giants ship.
I feel like Sanji's done it once. Am I crazy?
I don't remember. I feel like I remember Brooke and Frankie doing it, but I think maybe Sanji told them to do it at Dressrosa. Maybe
I was thinking of Whole Cake Island and or the start of Saboti, where they're getting away from the kidnappers with Kami. I might be misremembering, but I don't know.
I don't remember.
Yeah, it's been a long
recording
time.
of Frankie. Yeah, no, I'm not saying it's impossible. That's not what I meant. I'm just saying it's funny because Frankie and Brooke are with the Giant ship, so they can't even Kude Bird back here, and then the Straw Hats doing it. My thinking is that they came here together, and for whatever reason, it's kind of like one of those things where, like, again, I don't drink often, but I know I've drank before. I'm not like religiously opposed to it. I'm opposed to it for liver health reasons and brain damage reasons, but the main thing is sometimes when you're drunk, if you guys don't know it, you can have great ideas.
Don't know.
Yeah, you can have great ideas. They feel really great when you're in the moment. And sometimes you just go with it. And sometimes when you're sober, you're like, nah, that was a great time. And sometimes you're like, no, that's a bad idea. And the thing is, like, the Hangover movie paints a lot of pictures where there's good ideas and bad ideas. Some things that were spontaneous things that people would never have done, and then they panned out to be really great things, and they should have done that in their normal life, and that was the moral of the story, or something that they shouldn't done. But the point is that what I think probably happened is that they were probably together. They probably came here, and then the Straw Hats were like, oh, like, we should split up. You guys go do this thing. And the Giants like, yeah, we can go talk to this guy. Yeah, we can do that for you. And then they just went and then took them. And they're like, see ya. See you guys tomorrow. And then they're like, all right, they had some kind of sign, right? When you hear the 4 farts at sundown, that means to come over. And then so they're going to hear like an earthquake or something 4 times. And like, huh, I wonder what that was. Or it's going to be something like, if you see a fire, the smoke signal means to do something. And then they probably missed that, right? That's like the most famous way that plans go down, is like when you make the plan and you have a communicated like signal, like, oh, I'm going to call you. And then you forget to call. And then that's how most plans fail. People forget to do the call part. No, what are you gonna say?
I know this is kind of off, but since we're mentioning the other Straw Hats outside the island, my agenda right now is that next time we see them, Kid's gonna be leading them, or not leading them, but he's gonna be with them. Yeah,
so on a different island, like somewhere else, like they like kind of figured out something, whether it be like, okay, the Kid example, I like it. All right, so they were drunk, right? And then the Giants are asking the Straw Hats, yo, we heard about Wano. You took down Big Mom. Tell us about that. And Luffy's like, oh, I didn't do shit. That was Kid. And then the Giants are like, wait, Kid did that? Like, we killed Kid. we know where he's at. And
we killed that guy.
yeah, and then they're like, you killed him? Where is he? Wait, he was kind of cool. We partied with him. And they're like, wait, really? We have him in like, he's on like Dumbland. Let's go to, and they're like, Dumbland? Where's Dumbland? And then they're like, or like Deadland or something. Like, hell, he's in hell right now. And then like some of the shots like, oh, let's go check out hell then. That sounds sick.
Nah,
and then they go over. That'd be
idea
crazy.
Is that they find Kid while looking for the Straw Hats, because here's the thing, right? Last week, so I might make like a mini video on this because I thought it was kind of funny, but you know, like last chapter they were talking about like where did Luffy go? You know, we're missing the Thousand Sunny, we're missing our captain, they're not here. Robin makes a joke and says that maybe they were eaten by fish.
Yeah.
And then Frankie actually substantiates that. He's like, you know what, the fish are really big. And that's like the one thing we heard from Kid's group when they first got here. Like the first thing they said was, oh, these fish are really big.
Yeah.
I was like, okay, like it's been days, right? If Kid's been underwater, how did he survive? And it's like, yo, what if a fish ate Kid and there's just like a weird supply of oxygen in the fish?
Yeah.
And that's where they've been the entire time. And what if they find a fish that, oh shit. What if they find a fish that literally says, hey, we have a ship. You know, we have a captain in here. And, you know, because Jinbei could talk to fish. Yeah. And they pull up the fish and the fish spits him out thinking that it's Luffy and the Thousand Sunny, but it's actually Kid and the Punk Victoria. Like it's like a little Swaparooski. They just get it mixed up. Like they think like Luffy's in there, and then like at the very last minute they just spit out Kid and like what the hell? Who is this guy? Like why is Kid here? What's going on?
That's
they don't
a fun
save
one.
him like knowing it's Kid. They save him thinking it's Luffy.
That's a fun one. Yeah. One way or another, I do like the idea that these other Straw Hats see Kid. I like the Jinbei connection, giving purpose to why Jinbei's with them. It was funny. So my thing, right, was do you want to do a Hangover watch party? Not like us Hangover, but like we watched the movie Hangover.
Oh yeah, I love the Hangover movies. I have them on DVD.
I haven't watched it in so long, but like maybe we could do like a watch party for it, because that'd be funny to do. But also, wasn't there a part when they woke up, they had like a partial video of the stuff that went happen? Like someone had a video and they had like some context, but it's like out of context, but they're like, what the hell? What is Mike Tyson's tiger doing here? That's how it got here. And then like the tiger was there when they woke up, but then they saw a video that they like brought the tiger there, or like Mike Tyson was with them or something like that. Yeah. And so the thing that I was thinking about, and the reason why I thought, or maybe I thought about this before, was someone was like, wait, Bonnie was drinking too? And I was like, that's not a problem. Kids drink even today. Like in like the problem is legality, right? But like, listen, let me tell you. Pirates. Yeah, they're pirates. Vikings drank out the womb. And then even in our era, like in Europe, you can drink legally at like 12, 14. Russia, same thing. It's actually encouraged to do in some places, in some cultures. And so it's not that crazy. And then like Aesop with Luffy drinking, Bonnie can age herself up too. But Kuma can't get drunk. And what if Kuma could just, he has the recording of everything that happened. And so Lilith like just goes up to Kuma and
that would be a lot of fun.
Yeah, gets the visuals, and they're like, wait, what? And it's like out of context, but because Kuma's just sitting there, and it's like maybe Kuma's like trying to do something or trying to say something. He's just like, and then what are you Kuma? What are you trying to say, Kuma? And then Lilith, and then they just like don't know, and then Lilith's like, wait a second. Brain blast, and then Kuma has a recording device in him, and then they play it back, and then they see what happens, and they figure out, then they start connecting the dots.
What'd be really cool is if to get the vision from Kuma, they had to like shove a wire down his throat. Like it's the most weirdest like convoluted method out there, just so that Kuma's dead body looks super funny.
See,
like imagine Kuma's like, guys, stop, and then Lilith's like, oh, we got to see this video, so they shove like a wire down his throat.
Why not his eyeball or his ear? What if there's like a panel in his eyeball?
You're right.
Yeah, like his eyes are
his ears would be pretty cool.
Yeah, his ears, but his eyes are just kind of like glasses or whatever. So it's just like you open it up, there's like a USB port. That's a how.
Yeah. Or maybe you have to like pull out his eye and like crush it, and then it turns into like some black mist. Like there's one anime character that does that. I'm trying to think now. I think I'm just thinking about Gaara. Yeah, I think I'm just thinking about Gaara.
Okay. All right. Gaara's a cool reference. Okay.
Mesmer
Okay.
does that too. Yeah, you're right.
I hope Kid is dead. He's annoying. He's not dead. Everyone's
There's
alive.
no way he's dead.
Yeah. Also, Kid is like Elbaf coded. Like his entire
He
character
really is.
kind of Elbaf coded. Like everyone talks about Shanks being tier. Like what if Kid gets the tier treatment? Like he's the reincarnation of the war god. That's why he's so hellbent on war. He is the one armed just the same way. He's red haired. He has like a Viking thing. He was taken down. Like it's probably that Kid is tier in this regard.
I can see that. And
Yeah.
the thing with Kid too, like this island is so good for him if he were to like actually train. I don't know if Oda's gonna give him that time and all that investment, but with Elbaf having no like not even like not magnifiable, but magnetic objects, like there's not like a lot of like swords here. There's not a like giant machinery.
Yeah.
I feel like Kid could actually like grow here, just because he won't be able to use his devil fruit.
Sai, what's that? You have unfettered expectations out of Kid, requiring him to grow in moment. Oh,
I know,
wait.
right?
Remember that time when Onigashima was the perfect time for him to debut Conquers Hockey, when everyone unlocked it and their mother, and then he was just like, "What's that? You can hurt him with hockey?" And then we're like, "Oh my god, wait!" During the Big Mom fight, he's gonna unlock basic hockey. No.
Remember when Luffy used the was it advanced cockers or was it like armament or Ryo? But
It was
Kid
just
was like,
Ryo.
"What is that?
Yeah,
What
yeah.
is that thing?"
That's my problem with Kid is
That's
that
so
like
funny, dude.
is like
Horrible moment for the Kid fans.
I agree with like okay, being a Kid fan and being a Kid like a ride or die for Kid is different, right? Because like I have no qualms with what characters you like, right? People like the weirdest characters. Kid, I understand, right? The very obvious windows of opportunity for his character to shine and then for it to no avail. I get that because like, bro, it is the easiest thing to go from Vivre card, he has Conquers Hockey. And then he had all of 40 chapters. Some point when
Not even that, dude. Kaido gave him the hype too. Kaido said, another conqueror, huh? You and Kid, we don't need that many of y'all. And then we never see the Conquerors hockey. It's like, no.
How did Kaido even know that Kid had showed Conquerors?
Did Kid use Conquerors hockey against Kaido? That must have been it, right?
Yeah, like he had
Kaido
like
didn't read the Vivre card. He didn't know.
He like stood up and he like, how dare you take on the alliance of people that I don't really care about? And how dare you?
That's so funny.
Yeah, like the thing is, like Kid didn't even use Conquerors hockey when Killer was being tortured right in front of him. Can we talk about that in Udon?
Yeah.
Is that not the more perfect time for you to pull out Conquerors hockey when you're right? Imagine, right? Luffy's tied up, Zoro's being waterboarded, and Luffy's like, "Hey, no! How dare you do that to my best friend?" And shit, brother. And then meanwhile, Ace as like an 8-year-old's like beating up giant pirates in the face of death in the middle of a genocidal fire, and he's like, "Don't touch Luffy!" And Kid is just like, "No, not Killer. Please don't kill Killer."
I swear, if Kid had better portrayal, I feel like more people would like him. I feel like the reason why there's so many Kid haters and people who don't want to see Kid is because of what we're talking about here, right? He's had many chances to look great, and he's looked subpar. Like, he hasn't looked bad, he just hasn't looked great. Yeah. And I feel like that's what a lot of people expected. But for me, hey, I've been a Kid fan since day one. Maybe not even like a Kid fan, but like I've always liked him. I can see the potential. It's just, will Oda really give it to him?
Yeah.
Like that's the real, like, he has all the makings of like a great character. It's just we need to like put in that last 10%.
Yeah.
Will it ever happen though?
Cookie Ninja Habit. a BBT. Some people Esteban, I like this chat.
It was very Saboti.
Kaido read
But
the Beaver
Saboti,
card.
no.
Kaido read the Beaver card is so fucking funny.
Yeah, Kaido. Yeah, imagine that. He has like a hungo on his crew. He's just like, hey, Kaido, check this out, boss. This kid fellow has conquerors hockey apparently. He used it back in the day.
Kaido reading the Beaver card is one of my favorite like things to just imagine. Just like Kaido's reading the Beaver card and he's like, Queen has a kid? It's Frankie? Queen, why did you tell me you had a child?
Imagine Kaido read his own Beaver card. He's like, wait, I was born there? How old am I? He's just lost.
That's how he knows
Every
he's
piece of information, he just goes crazy. King's a Lunarian?
He's like he's watching King get tortured. He's watching King get tortured in Punk Hazard. He's like, wait a second, I think I read about this. I think this guy's a damn Lunarian. Yo, I
own the Beast Pirate.
I almost need like
I'm the captain.
like a cover story esque like manga pen of Kaido's reacting to Beaver cards. That was
so good.
Yeah, Esteban, that was one of my that's a favorite chat. I might just mod you just for that thought. You might not have realized, but there's like thousands of funny things that are happening. My guy's reading so many things on the Beaver cards. Like the fuck.
That's like something you would see in like the bounty rush like manga panels.
Yeah,
some goofy scenario like that.
Yeah, like he's like Garp has conquers. No, Sengoku has conquers hockey. He's not in my top 5. Like he's
Luffy's favorite flower is a sunflower.
That's my birthday. Like
just the most random information.
The Beaver cards
goes
are
wild.
The blood types. He's like, my blood type is XF. Oh god, this is my favorite sashimi. Like he's reading his favorite food in there. He's like, oh damn, I really like this food. The Beaver cards were right again. Like, that's so good.
They got me.
Woo!
It would be like Saint Saturn reading the newspapers from Morgan's. He's like, this is a good headline. This is actually pretty solid.
No, that's straight up
good info.
Saturn's just like, this is they gave me a lot of good spotlight in this one. I wonder who wrote it. The same guy who wrote every single other one, Saturn.
Do you think he looked at his bounty poster and he's like, "Oh, that's a good picture they got of me, dude."
Yeah,
pretty solid.
Yeah. Kaido. That's why Kaido had CP0 there, or like a Pooh. Whoever took the picture, he's just like he brought them to one. I was like, and he poses up for the thing.
Just posed up.
Yeah,
I mean, that's what happened to Nami, right? Like, photographers tricked Nami into thinking she was doing a photo shoot, but it was just a bounty poster. Like, did they do that with Kaido, too? I don't know.
Nami's just like, woo! Yeah, it's crazy. I like this comment, Narukami, Saturn ain't reading anytime soon. And at first, not that I forgot that Saturn died, but more so I was thinking... I was like, oh yeah, he's not...
Saturn's dead?
I was like, oh yeah, he can't read because he's dead. But before that, I was
what
thinking
happened to Saturn?
I was thinking he just has like newspapers piled up. He's like newspaper, and he's like, shut the fuck up, and he's just like holding up in his thing. Oh, it's just like Egghead, biggest disaster of the century. Egghead, Saturn, biggest blunder, and he's like, no, make it stop. Saturn demoted to like. Is to slave on marriage law. Like, I don't fucking know. Oh god. Oh, this is great. We should. I'm low key thinking of just make a separate video where we talk about this.
Where we talk about characters breaking the fourth wall and reading the Vivre card.
Yeah. Well, it's Kaido's reaction to his crew's Vivre cards. That he's so fun. Oh god. Yeah, let's actually do that during the break week.
Yeah, I'd be down for that.
Yeah, let's do that. There was another comment that we saw Yamato's Conquers. Kid doesn't know he has Conquers Hockey. Yeah, see, like the problem with that is everybody knows about Conquers Hockey in like the New World, where it's like if he doesn't have,
you're setting yourself up, dude. Imagine we see Kid next, and he's like, "What is this?" And then Conquers Hockey is coming out.
No, I see that's fine and dandy, right? But then you have then that's just a blight on Kid. Like there's no positive route where that's the case, right? Like him not knowing he has Conqueror's Haki and like what Conqueror's Haki is, and it's like, bro, Ace unlocked it, Yamato unlocked it, like all these, like kid has seen multiple times when like life or death has hit him, and we've seen him. Kaido like 4 times, Big Mom like 3 times, Shanks, like Queen, when he's like, there's so many times where it's like these are the situations where Conqueror's Haki comes out and it didn't come out, and it's like, and then for Kid to be like, huh, what is this quinky dinky power that just perfectly lines up with the story, and I never had it before, when it would have been really useful to have at other points in the story, you know? It'd be crazy. But I think Oda doubled down that Law doesn't have Conqueror's Haki, right, in the Viva cards, so like at least we have that, right? Did he do that?
Yeah.
I think
I don't know if like doubling down is the right way to put it, but yeah, he said that Law, he didn't include Conqueror's Haki in Law's thing.
Yeah. Oh, wait, I read this super chat again by D Almighty Pizza, $2 super chat. It said drunk Kude burst, and I don't know why in my, not delirium, but like more so like in my happy, like I'm like laughing about the Viva card thing. What if they put the absinthe in the Thousand Sunny? Like instead of using cola, they're like, I wonder what happens if the Thousand Sunny takes the absinthe, like, and then they pumped it up in there. What would happen? That would be kind of crazy.
I don't know. I thought about white phosphorus in the Thousand Sunny for the Gao cannon.
That's wild. Fun fact is phosphorus is highly explosive. You might be thinking about like the biowarfare function, but yeah, phosphorus is one, I think, like we first got it in plentiful form from our bones, from corpses.
Yeah.
So, but then to get it from the like white phosphorus closer to the biowarfare thing, it's like highly explosive to like oxygenation or some shit like that. But yeah,
pirates. It doesn't matter. Frankie, commit the war crimes. Pull the lever.
But yeah, like absinthe in the Thousand Sunny, 2-day burst. Imagine like the Thousand Sunny takes them to like another dimension. That'd be kind of wild.
That'd be pretty cool. Do you, if Frankie was like, you know, sporting that white phosphorus early in his childhood, do you think Tom would still pick him up? Or do you think Tom would look at him and be like, what a psychopath?
Wait, if he was doing what?
If, you know, like when Frankie had the battle Frankies before Tom picked him up and like recruited him.
Yeah.
Do you think Tom would like still pick him up if Frankie was like putting white phosphorus on all of his ships?
Yeah, like Tom and
crimes as a kid.
Tom and Iceberg, because Iceberg was also tanking those ships. If Tom and Iceberg were tanking the battle Frankies and trying to save the town, and then the what's it called, the white boss, they start getting hit by white phosphorus, and they're like, all right, Frankie, we had your back up until this one, and then they're like,
Frankie, why?
Yeah, that'd be kind of funny.
The
honestly.
Geneva Convention.
The Geneva Convention would be crazy for that one. Like the judge is like, what the fuck? Where did this kid get white phosphorus?
Why does he have this? Somebody stop him.
That's wild, and we're the world government. Like that would be crazy.
Yeah, they sent him an application like, hey, why don't you just apply for us, man?
Yeah. But yeah. Alejandro Solis with a 10 months membership. Sorry I'm late. Pre-time skip comedy chapter. Yeah. This is I was describing One Piece to somebody who is who wanted to start it, and they were asking like, anime, should they do One Piece or whatever? And they were like, they heard good things and bad things. I was like, there's nothing really bad about One Piece. If your goal is to catch up really fast, just do the manga, but like, and you'll capture everything. But the one thing about like One Piece is that the thing that people talk about now is that we don't have like these subtle calm moments and like you know, the not the fillers, but like the filler-esque moments that get cut out from early One Piece. Those would be missing. And so
that would be the only thing you're really missing, but that's a trade-off, right?
Yeah.
But this is a chapter where we kind of get that, and this is a good, like, this is one of those things that Oda's gonna make this entire, or that Toei's gonna make this the entire 2 episodes probably, like, easily stretch. This is a chapter that they stretch out, if they wanted to, but the thing is, I don't even think they will because of how hardcore the pacing has been. So, like, it honestly seems like the dub is trying to catch up to the sub, and the sub is trying to catch up to the manga eventually by the time we get to the One Piece. Like, it seems like a plan. So, but yeah, did like this chapter a lot to love, a lot that we missed. The designs, also the breath of fresh air with the outfits. Zoro wearing the glasses, like Sai was saying, from Skypiea. Very cool. The new environment, right? Hey, and then me and Sai were talking about this last thing. The reason why Oda might not be able to get a full Lego collab is because Lego might not like that Oda wants to break the Lego pieces. That might be because I think breaking Lego pieces is illegal in official Lego art. If you want to be an official Lego artist or whatever, you can't use Lego glue, and you can't, I don't think you could break blocks. So yeah, this panel where the lion cat breaks the blocks, that might have really hurt Lego. Like, Lego might be looking at that and they're like, oh!
Yeah, he took splash damage from that one.
Yeah, like Killer against Shanks, and Oda was just like, you don't want to collab with me? Take this, Lego blocks. Boom! Divine Departure! And then they hit him with that, and yeah. Because Oda's Shanks, you know? So yeah.
Yeah.
That's his special move. Do you think Oda sometimes says, like, special moves out loud?
Oh yeah, he's a nerd, dude.
Yeah, like he's on the toilet and he's just like, Divine Departure, and he poops or he farts, and his wife's
I
like,
can see that.
yeah, I think that's what he does. And then also we have proof Oda uses the wiki. We have proof Oda uses the wiki because of the mistake in the chapter with Luffy's move name. Oda was just going off
the
of
Gear 4th.
Yeah, Oda was just going off of the parallel and then vibes. TC put a Gear 4th, Gum Gum, Elephant, and then Twister Whip Strike.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so, but the Gear 4th being a mistake is just Oda going off of vibes and parallels.
It's like the Atlas thing, right? You know, like at the beginning of Egghead, Atlas had the wrong number on her jacket, and they had to fix that later.
Yeah. Divine Departure to poop is insane. Oda definitely does that. Oda definitely, like, without a doubt, he has named attacks for his shit.
What did you guys used to say whenever you took a shit? Like, what was your catchphrase?
Yeah, don't you guys have one?
Like, I remember, I'll never forget, but my cousin said that when he was pooping, he was taking the Browns to the Super Bowl, and I was like, man, that's crazy. And that one line that he dropped, just, it stuck with me to this very day.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it's too intimate. Mine is oh shit.
Sweet and simple. Short, sweet, and simple. I love that one.
Yeah, mine is too not intimate, but like I think
by intimate. Well,
no, I meant
what would you possibly say to your poop that's intimate.
No, not me and the poop, but it'll become too parasocial if I tell people about
okay.
Yeah, my bowel movements. You know what I mean?
Wait, would it be parasocial if you told people your bowel movements?
I feel like that's like, you know, me. We're getting the way of all the things that we talk about. You know what I mean? Like,
I talked about my fear of sewer babies. Come on.
That's very different. You don't do that every single day.
Almost every single day. Okay, how about this? I have like raging IBS.
Oh, that's hilarious because I was saying, because at the very beginning when we saw the girl giant, I was like, oh, is this Gerd? We've been waiting for Gerd. And I was like, oh, wait, what if it's not? What if this is the second giant in the series and it's another gastrointestinal like disease or ailment? So Gerd being like gastro reflux, whatever disease. And then she could be IBS and Oda names her Ibis. So it's funny that you said you have IBS. What a coinkydink that we talked about that in the same stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, Oda names all the giants after giant women after stomach
bowel movement.
Yeah, bowel movements. That I can see it. I can see it.
You're cooking, dude.
Yeah. Here, let's look up a list of gastrointestinal ailments. Let's see. Hemorrhoids. Oh, we're getting hemi? We're getting hemi?
Yeah, hemi.
Hemor. We could get I was saying H. pylori. Pylori would be a great name. Ulcerative colitis. I'm bad at pronouncing things, but ulcer. We could probably get ulcer. That'd be a good girl's name. Gastritis. We'd probably get gastri. Oh. Consti. Diarrhea from Hannah Montana. That'd be a good one.
Is there a character in Hannah Montana named that?
Yeah. She got pulled over, and the officer's name tags said diarrhea. She said, "I'm so sorry, officer, diarrhea," and he goes, "It's diarrhea," and then she goes, "That's that her fault?" That's one of my.
Remember that episode of Hannah Montana?
That's my favorite. That's like bar none one of my favorite like memories of like childhood shows. It's diarrhea. I'm like, bro, that's your mom's fault, bro. It's your bad. Like, imagine
it's like one of those lines that just lives with you.
Yeah, like imagine being.
Never forget it. Now.
I still, to this day, I'm like, sorry, officer, diarrhea. Oh, it's. You want to know why? You want to know why this is personally related?
Why?
I got pulled over, and this guy, no like stream hate. Man, fuck this guy, bro. No offense to him. I got out of the ticket because they call me Slippery Slim of the West. I had like, I've had 8 or 9 tickets, but none of them stuck. I've gotten out of all of them. No lawyer needed, nothing. I didn't have to pay a cent. I got out of every single one. But this particular one is probably the most egregious one. I got a ticket because there was bumper to bumper traffic on a bridge, and it's like a 5-lane wide bridge, and the exit is like a 3-lane exit, and you could go that way, but I needed to go like right next to the end of the bridge, like that's where my hospital was. And so I was merging into the traffic, and I had to slow down or speed up. And so I chose to slow down, and literally one of my tires crossed the the exit, how it splits up into a triangle, and before that triangle there's the solid line. He gave me a ticket for not following street devices, crossing the line, and it's like a $400 ticket or some shit. I'm like, are you joking? And he was down the line. I'm like, these motherfuckers are speeding, and you got me for like merging onto the thing in bumper to bumper traffic, and I had to merge behind the truck. Did he want me to cut off the truck and go do the thing? I was like, this guy's fucking insane. And his name, Officer Colin. Like Colin.
Are you sure it's not Colin?
No, it's spelled Colon. And so I was just like, my wife was like, hey, you're being a little mean. I was like, fuck Officer Colonoscopy over here. The fuck this guy. Like in the background when I was like filing the ticket so that I would get out of it, whatever. I was like, fuck Officer Colonoscopy. No offense to Officer Colon. Thank you, Judge, for getting me out of it. I'm already out of it, so it's fine.
You know what's funny?
What?
A minute ago, you were talking about how you didn't want to talk about your poops because it's too parasocial.
Yeah.
But now you're giving us a whole story about how you got a speeding ticket, as if that isn't parasocial.
It wasn't a speeding ticket.
Or because you're a horrible driver. Sorry.
I'm not a horrible driver.
Give us the pooping story.
I'm such a good driver that they can't stick it to me, bro. They're like, they look at my record.
In jail.
You know what's funny? I mean, this stuff actually, I think I said it before on Twitch stream. I didn't say it here. I was oh no, did I say it? I don't know if I said it.
Just say it. It's fine. It's a safe space.
I was wanted in the there was a warrant for my arrest in the state of New York because I missed my court date. But they waived it. It was fine. But like for a good while I was driving, if I had gotten pulled over in New York or Connecticut, they would have like arrested my ass or some shit. And yeah, it was super funny because like I just was checking something and I was like, wait, what? my license? It's because I didn't go to the court thing. And I called in and then they just waived it. I didn't have to pay a fee, and they just rescheduled my thing to like the next day. And then the judge was like, "Oh yeah, you're fine. It's not a big deal," and they just completely got me out of it. I had to reschedule because it was the pandemic. So first is the pandemic, then so fun fact, this is the meaningful thing, right? You're allowed to reschedule. This is what you should do in New York. This is an actual thing that a lawyer will tell you, especially when you fight it yourself, is you're allowed to postpone the ticket twice. For no reason. You don't even need a reason. You can postpone it twice. The reason why you do that is because if a ticket's like 2 or 3 years old, then it's less likely that the officer shows up for your court hearing. And if they don't show up, then the judge doesn't really fight it if the officer isn't there to like do anything, because it's been so long. And so for me, the reason why I forgot the court date was because the pandemic postponed it, and then I postponed it. And at that point, the ticket was like 4 years old. And so then I was like, what? I had a ticket for this? And then I got mad. Like, I was like, fuck Officer Cole. I forgot about his ass. And then I postponed it twice because then I forgot about it. And
man, if I was an officer, I'd hold such a grudge against you. I would show up to every single court date, no matter how long it took, just to make sure you end up behind bars.
That's what I'm saying, bro. And they listen. They got me outside of my cancer hospital too. They hit me up with a ticket. Imagine giving a parking ticket to a cancer patient. I got out of it because the officer, and I'm pretty sure the officer got reprimanded because he filled out the ticket incorrectly. It's another important tip. You need to review your tickets, because if they fill out the information, even one symbol incorrectly, ticket's completely thrown out. So that you can get all those tickets out. Easy.
You can escape death. You can escape cancer, but you can't escape me.
Yeah. So
waiting in the parking lot.
Yeah, Par is a dangerous man. Yep, that's why they call me the slippery Sim of the West. So this is the part that I did tell on stream. Is that I lost my my wallet at Anime NYC, no, Comic-Con, in New York City. In New York City, I lost my wallet with everything, right? How crazy is it like to lose your wallet? And I got it back the next week, but the way I got it back was wild, because what happened was Port Authority, so the military, so Port Authority's watched by like the US military, they picked up my wallet. They picked up my wallet and gave it to the Port Authority police. So the New York Port Authority, like their police. So it went from the US military, like SWAT level people, went to the New York Port Authority. Their customs looked at my wallet and they reached out. They went to my Facebook and messaged me. And when they couldn't reach me, they messaged my family members. They were like, and they said, "Hello, sir. We have your property. We would love to return it back to you." I'm like, damn, what the fuck? Why are they being so nice to me?
I would have just pocketed it.
And yeah, there was money in and everything. And so the officer said, here's my personal number. Reach me at any time during the day, and I will make sure to get back to you. I don't use Facebook. So they messaged my brother, who's older, and he uses Facebook. And my brother was like, why is the New York like police contacting me for you? And they don't tell you that they take the wallet. They're like, they don't tell you what they have. They're like, it basically is like the New York State Police wants to speak to your brother about certain developments or something like that. And my brother's like, what the fuck did you do?
Developments?
Yeah, some shit like that. I remember I showed the screenshots of the text to the stream. And then so the New York, so then because I didn't respond in time or whatever, the New York Port Authority gave it to the NYPD, that gave it to, and so the NYPD was holding it with another group, and I called them, and I got the number and everything, and the officer was super kind. He's like, oh yeah, like we could ship it straight to you, no fee. I'll be there. These are my work hours. Call me whenever, even if it's 2 a.m., 3 a.m., whenever you do. We just want to get you back your property. I'm like, why are they treating me so nicely? And then I was like,
maybe they watch your YouTube.
And then I was just like, oh, like I'm not there now, but my best friend lives right there. Can I just have him pick it up? Anything. Just tell me your best friend's name and his number,
and tell him to stop at any time. I'll have my people reach out to your people and we'll make sure you get back your property. And I was like, thank you so much. That's amazing. I can't believe it. And he's like, sir, we are just glad to be of service and get you back your property. I was like, there's no shot that this is a normal experience for anybody who has this. And so my best friend's like, wait, what? And he just walked into the precinct. They just like, are you Parvis Alam? Parvis is, oh, I just said my name. Are you his friend? And then they were just like, yeah. And then he just picked it up and he just got it. And I was like, wow, that's crazy. And then he just shipped it back to me. And I was like, damn, that's wild.
A nice process.
Yeah, it was super easy. And then I was telling my wife, it's probably because they looked at my record and 2 things in my wallet. I have a national ID for a foreign state in there, so they were probably like, oh my god, this guy's a foreign national. But then they also looked up my like New York record and saw that like 9 tickets didn't stick and the judge threw them all out. And so they were probably like, oh my god, we're not messing with this guy. And then they just they was like, we gotta treat this guy really well. And that's my theory behind it, because there's no shot that that's a normal experience for losing your wallet in New York City. Even my best friend was just like, wait, what happened?
9 out of 10 times people just take it. I would take it.
Yeah. And everyone was doing their damnedest to help me. I was like, that's wild. So that's a criminal wallet. Yeah. Officer Colin needs to come to Bangladesh. Yeah. So that's my non-parasocial story on this stream about not me, where I also doxed my own name, but it's fine because like we're in the era of sharing names now. I think a few other creators have shared their full names, but yeah. So we get Par's biological lore, but not his pooping schedule. Yeah, that's what you get. But yeah, maybe it was Officer Colin who shipped it to your friend. It might be Colin. The Officer colonoscopy is getting back to me. But yeah. Let me see if there's any super chats that we missed to get us back on topic. It's funny that we went on this giant tangent on this chapter because
it works.
Yeah, it works for a lot.
Oh, to answer Mary Co, I do return shopping carts. I always do. I'm
too.
I'm a good member of society.
Yeah. It's not. I'm an able-bodied person, so it shouldn't be an issue. It's just a thing, because like I don't get it with people who like are so against it, because like I'm like, bro, this shit has wheels. Like I don't want that to bump into my car or anybody else's car. That's like, like imagine.
Nice.
Yeah, like you have a like multi-$1,000 vehicle right here, and it just gets like thousands of dollars worth of damage just because you didn't walk the car back. Like you're a douche. Like what? Just put the car back. You know? That I never park next to the shopping cart things, because people are either, the other part are the people who are too lazy to walk to the thing and just throw the carts. And like I get it when kids do it, and it's like it's like a 10-year-old kid, whatever. Fuck the kid, but like, you know, at least they're a kid. But I've seen adults do that shit too, and they just don't turn around, and you see the cart just hit the thing. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? It's crazy.
You return carts, but not wallets. Okay. Realistically, I do return wallets. I've only stolen 2 wallets in my life.
But that was a different era, Sai. Sai was
that was like me when I was like like 18, 20. But like nowadays, like I do return wallets whenever I see a card, even like if it's like an old card on the ground in a parking lot. I do return it to like the employees of the store. I'm like, hey, I found this outside. Like I've become really nice over the years. I'm a lot more kinder now. But deep down, I still wish I was that bad guy, you know? Yeah. Like when I look in the mirror, I look at myself and I'm just like, I don't know, I got like crazy long hair, it's all red or something. I'm like Eustace Kid when I look in the mirror. I'm like, man, that's the man I want to be. But now look at me. And I just see like an old like bulldog on a leash.
So I wanted to go back to the chapter, and there is a super chat that relates to the chapter.
There we go.
But when I looked at the thing, it's funny because even the first few aren't chapter related. But let me read them. Off-brand $2 super chat says, "Hi, Cy Bear. Why do you like ducks? Hey, Partman. I like how he calls you Cy V Bear. Why do you like ducks?" And he calls me Parman. So very cute, very demure, very cutesy, very mindful.
Oh god, don't say that. Get that out of here, Par.
I've been saying it in the.
That's so gross.
In the funny, no, like I'll fart. So like the way I found out about that stuff was I have 2 best friends, and they both brought that shit to me, and they were just saying, I was like, what the fuck is that? And then they like try to explain to me, I don't give a shit. And then whenever I'll like burp or I'll fart, I'm like very mindful, very demure. And then they're like, that's not very mindful. That's not. And I'm like, to me it is. To me it's very mindful. Farting is very mindful to me. And they're like, yucky. And they don't do that. My wife will be like that. But it's funny because my son knows what farts are, and he knows when he's gonna fart. So he announces his farts. He's like, fart, and then he go, and then it's just, and then my wife is like, oh,
fire in the hole.
Yeah, he does that. My wife is. It's good though for potty training purposes, like to be able to be aware of your bodily things.
Yeah.
But he's been doing it since like he was like 15 months ish. He'll be like fart, and then was like, huh, and then he'll, and then yeah. So now he'll start doing poop stuff. So we're gonna start potty training him now. But yeah, why do you like ducks, Sai?
I don't like ducks. I don't hate ducks. I don't really care for
They're like
them either
dolphins.
way. The one cool thing about ducks is that, well, yeah, they're kind of like dolphins, where like they're known for their sexual harassment culture, and that's why ducks evolved in a way where they're very spirally, kind of like the Yggdrasil tree we see in this chapter.
I think ducks are less about the sexual harassment like dolphins and more about gang violence.
Yeah. Ducks are not, like, they're not that good. Like, if you're a fellow duck, you're not gonna like other ducks. As far as why my name is Psy Duck on my other channels, it's because I used to get called that back in the day by friends. So I just kind of stuck with it.
There's a plushie back there. Psy famously has plushie of a side duck right there.
Yeah, I got gifted a side duck one day, and I was like, yeah, it sticks.
Yeah, ducks do that too, but I honestly think that's why the ugly duckling is a story, because ducks are bullies. They gang up on things. So yeah, they have their gang violence more so than dolphin stuff, right? Yeah, the dolphins ones is crazy when you go down
the dolphin hole, as we call it.
Yes, but ducks are less complex and more.
But their bodies have evolved for it, though.
Yes, they do. They have. That being said, Baby Pluto, $2 super says, love that this is such a family-friendly channel. It is. Where we talk about how to escape traffic tickets. We talk about pooping. That's an everyday occurrence, and if it's not, as long as it's like the timeline's like every 3 days to 3 times a day. 3 times a day to every 3 days is still within the normal realm of pooping. So yeah.
I remember, I think it was the last stream or the one before, there was like a super chat where they're like, oh, Par, Sai, me and my family, my wife and my kid, we love watching you guys.
Yeah, that's Habibti.
Yeah, and I'm just kind of there. I'm just like, man, I bet whenever I show up, he's like, quick, turn off the TV. Turn it off.
Yeah, that was like when I met a family that watches the stream every week, and I know that they did. It's not them just being nice and saying that. I met them at Anime OC and Comic-Con. I've seen them multiple times, and the first time I met them, they made very in-depth references to things that you would have to be in like 2 hours 30 minutes into the stream to know, or like watch multiple streams week to week to know what I'm talking about. And I'm like, your kid is 11. I don't know if this is. I don't know if we're family friendly. But that's where the family friendly joke comes from.
Worse things.
Yeah. Like, are we a worse influence than like I Show Speed, Aiden Ross, and like those things, right? Like we're not jumping over cars.
We're almost there, but
not
we're not there yet.
Yeah, not that jumping over cars is like the worst thing that has been put on the internet in that regard, but like in that opinion, if you guys know the reference, then the only thing he needed to do is that this is done by trained professionals, don't do this at home, which apparently he did. But yeah, YouTube said this is reckless behavior, which technically it is. It's not the worst thing. There's other shit.
Okay, here's the thing though. If a kid sees that and they're like, I'm gonna go jump over a sports car, and they get hit, I feel bad, but like at the same time, it's like, brother, you deserve that one, man. What are you talking about,
Yeah.
Like I saw, I'm trying to think of an example, but you see people in like action movies jumping out of exploding buildings from like the third story, and it's like, I wouldn't do that.
Yeah, we were joking about that. Like Mimoji made a joke earlier saying like, clearly Oda's showing that the that children should be drinking more often, with how Bonnie was partaking in the thing, and Aesop Luffy. And I was just like, it's always funny when people complain about something like Game of Thrones or that kind of show where there's like modernly labeled child endangerment. And I'm saying that, like, yeah, correctly so. Like, obviously me and Sai don't support like the child marriage and abuse and whatever, but like, fun fact, historically that's the norm. Like, you go back like 300 years ago, people normally got married at like 13, 14, 15, and they were doing way crazier stuff around that age than probably most adults today were doing. And the other thing I was saying is like drinking. Like, what do you think people did before we had running water? Like, before we had running water, the only thing that there was to drink was alcohol. Like, that's what they did.
It's just that over time, like, the goalpost kind of shifts, right? On like what you can and can't do and what's acceptable.
Yeah.
Kind of like, you know, like how it's like how Par like moves the goalpost very often when it comes to the perspective of the Giants and Big Sun Castle.
You saying that?
Like this guy loves moving the goalpost.
I'm making a devoted
goalpost Par. My God.
I'm gonna make a devoted post about this. Sai's goalpost.
And just like
Cookie Ninja, don't say true. I swear to God.
You know, that officer that arrested Par that day, he should have threw him in a mental asylum. I mean, this guy, he twists words. It's insane how he does it.
All right, you're saying that? That's crazy. I'm making this video. That's crazy. What's it called? But like, so when people say that about TV shows, like, oh my God, this show's like, this is encouraging our children to do these really bad things. I'm like, then they can't read history books. Like, wouldn't you want your kids to read European history or like any history at that point? Because if they did and they read any like accurate history book, or even like the Bible, or like any like religious texts also have the crazy shit too. Like, if you actually read a lot of the stories, there's some wild stuff where it's like people were sleeping with their children and shit like that. Like, even Noah's Ark, like, it was like one of Noah's sons walked into Noah like naked or whatever, and for that Noah like killed him and labeled all of his sons evil and traitors and whatever. It's like, what is this story? Like, yeah, and it's like, apparently even the walking into him naked was like an innuendo of for something else. So it's crazy. So yeah, we are a family friendly stream. We are the beacons of good
if you want to learn about morality, come here.
Yeah, and what your kid should or should not do. Obviously come to your I was gonna say influencers, but reactionary dudes who read black and white pages posted online, right? That's what we are.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Like, it was funny because like last night and the night before, my son's been waking up in the morning like at 3 a.m. just wanting me and just full of energy, not wanting to go back to sleep, and he just wants to read books. And my wife is just like, and I'll like, to soothe him, I'll like, do you want to read a book? And then my wife's like, why did you say that? Why do you want to read a book? And I was like, because I'm gonna read to him. And she's just like, oh, you are? She's like, yeah. And she's like, but it's like 3 or 4 a.m. I was like, if he asks to read a book, it doesn't matter what time of day it is, I'm going to read. That is like the most wholesome, normal thing to ask of me, and I literally do that for like a living. I literally sit here every week and I read a book with a bunch of people. Oh, I'm obviously gonna do that with my son, and I was just like, yeah, that's kind of what I do for like a living, is just read a book with people. So do that with my son. So yeah, it doesn't sleep. That's why I didn't sleep last night either. The Giraffes Can't Dance book, great book. Read that shit 50 times. Yeah, it's a book about honestly, how all the animals were bullying this giraffe. And so my son gets to the part, he knows the book is called Giraffes Can't Dance, and once the storyline picks up where the giraffe can dance, he starts off saying, giraffes can't dance. And then when the giraffe starts dancing, he's like, giraffes can dance, woo! And he's just like, wow! And then he just stops caring about the giraffe, and he's just like, he starts skipping the part where the giraffe's dancing, and he's called it, because the giraffe starts jumping, and he the giraffe's face, right? The structure of a giraffe's face kind of looks like a kangaroo, and because it starts jumping, he's like, kangaroo, and I'm like, no, this is a giraffe, this is jumping, and then I'm like, I catch myself, and he's like, you know what, Bubba, you're right, this is just a kangaroo. You're more right, giraffes can't jump like this, so it's just a kangaroo now. But yeah, that's the story.
only logical explanation.
Yeah.
I feel like when I have a kid, I'm gonna just read them nothing but scary stories.
There are children's scary books, and that's actually a thing that parents, like, there's been a push for like pure perfection in like growing up, right? And for a medical example, a lot more people are becoming allergic to things, and one of the theories goes is the reason why that's happening is because our childhood and development period, we're being too clean. By being too clean, we're not being exposed to as much allergens growing in our time when we're developing our immune system, that now more people are becoming allergic as a result in adulthood, because allergies is this weird thing that it's like it is a curable thing, but once it's like locked in, it's not a curable thing, and it's like a weird thing where like there are theories and whatever, and like immunologists are kind of like, yeah, like you have to be clean to a certain extent, but like some things, you go outside and do those things, right? But there was a push, like when like Dr. Seuss was getting canceled or whatever, people are like, oh my god, these books are so scary. What is this book with like horror themes? And why is this so terrifying? And then a few like child psychologists were like, it's actually a good thing to expose kids to these things, because the reality is everything is scary to them. Like when the world is new, right? You've seen, I'm sure people have seen countless videos where a kid will start realizing, like they'll look at their shadow and then they'll freak out, because it's like terrifying. Like, what is this thing that's moving with? Why is it chasing? And they freak out. And it's like, that's a horror thing to them. And it's like, it's because like a lot of things that are new are scary. And so you have to cope with those new things. And so by taking those things away and going towards like a perfection route, you're hiding that thing. So it's actually recommended to not stay away from all the stuff. Obviously not like the Saw and the Grudge and that kind of shit. But yeah, like, so there's, like what's that book like with the monsters? Yeah, like the monsters one. No, the one that everyone is saying that like the Gorosei were like the creatures.
Where the wild things are.
Where the wild things. Those are monsters, and the kids just playing with a bunch of monsters at night.
I saw a shirt for Where the Wild Things Are at Target. I almost picked it up, but I don't know when I'd actually wear it though.
Yeah. Sai would unironically be a great parent. Yeah, because like his personality on stream, he's great at taking care of cats. That's the one good measurement towards
5 cats. They're healthy.
Yeah, that's one good measurement of how to be a good parent. You could take care of plants is the first step, and then animals is the second step. A lot of people can't do that. So if you can, and then multiple, and if you can balance it, one cat can be problematic, and especially if you get a breed that like is prone to health problems, which some size cats be interrupting these streams, bro. But then you have multiple cats. Damn, I know some of my friends that just like deal with cat problems all the goddamn time. Yeah, so yeah, and that's why a lot of single moms or whatever, like they become cat moms, right? Like not single moms, people who want to be moms, but then they never get like to that step, so then they just replace all the relationships in their lives with like 50 cats. It's a thing.
Would you disown your kid if they hate One Piece? Nah. I feel like One Piece is a good story, but it's just a preference at the end of the day. Like if my kid grows up and he likes if he likes Boruto a lot, he's like, yo, I hate One Piece. It's like, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, hey,
I don't take the gang war that seriously when it comes down to like the big three or like what anime they like.
Yeah, so, my thing would be hating One Piece is different than not liking One Piece, right? Because in order to hate it, my measurement is, in order to hate something, you have to know something. And being a hater and being blind is to what you hate just makes no sense to me, because you can't be that passionate about something you don't know about. So you can not like something, but like that's a very like lukewarm thing, right? There's so many haters for One Piece on the internet, but that's just because they're like antagonized by like the communities, the fandoms, and they're not real people. They're not real stances. Like you go out and like most people aren't like that. Like real people aren't like that. but like not willing to try something, that's different. You know what I mean? If someone tries something and then they just don't like it, that, hey, I know plenty of people like that. That's fair. You watch up to Nami stuff and it doesn't stick, sure. I know people that watched One Piece, didn't like it, and then they got it back into that when they were adults, and then they loved it. There's literally like a viral post that went on like last week that was exactly that thing. They're like, man, when I was a kid I tried One Piece, I hated it, but then when I started back up as an adult, I thought it was super cool. And then like and there's so many stories like that. I know someone personally that was sort of like that. But yeah, a lot of things like that. Yeah, it's not a big
I want to
deal.
raise my son to be like a celestial dragon. What if their favorite character is Charlos? Hey, I think there's something to like about Charlos, and that's really just his position of power. So yeah, if they like Charlos because he's a celestial dragon, I think that's pretty cool. I respect it. That's why I like Charlos. I mean,
Charlos
Celestial
had a
Dragon,
character
come on.
arc at least.
He's gonna have more, dude. I swear, Charlos is going to play an integral role in the end of the story. He's either gonna stumble upon Emu, get weird powers, or just find something he's not supposed to. Like he's gonna work his way into the story in a meaningful way. It's gonna happen.
But speaking about getting back to the exact chapter, Anime Dimension, $5 super chat. And this is good for you, Sai, because I can see this. I think it is a pet house, and that cat is pet of someone of high position, probably Prince Loki, and it ate Zoan Devil model lion. That is...
I agree with the first part.
Pet house, still a big room pet house, but...
Yeah, but not a giant house, huh? Weird how that happens.
Yeah, but everything was big. I am literally gonna make this video. This is where I was like,
playing soccer, buddy.
I'm gonna throw a rock into your window. Is a cat
good
a
one,
pet
Far.
to someone high position Prince Loki and it okay, so you don't agree with the second part, but what do you think is happening here? Because that is we talk about how this chapter is top heavy, but that was a weird thing at the end, right?
The cat lion cat thing.
Yeah, like it turned from a cat
Yeah.
to a lion to a cat. It like empowered itself.
I think this is the work of
Loki.
the Yggdrasil tree.
Oh. Ooh.
I think the tree granted it this weird power.
Okay. Expand.
Or
is that
I
it?
haven't formulated my thought. That's actually it, Par.
I said X, and
My
then
thoughts end there.
if anyone realized how I extended the syllable, I said like I was extending it because I was like, oh, Sai probably doesn't have
You were giving me time. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I don't think Sai has anything on it, and I was like, what am I gonna say instead of expand? So I just said expand, and then you didn't, and I was like, it's fine. Yeah, the thing is, like, we already have. No. Actually, what's his face? The guy ate. No, it wasn't. No, he ate the turtle fruit. He was what's this guy's name?
What are you talking about?
The Peckums. He was a lion that ate the turtle fruit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we don't have a lion fruit yet. Lion fruit would be crazy. Giving it to a giant would be crazy. That could maybe that's why it's the sun god, because it just ate the lion fruit. That would be kind of wild. I did say whoever the sun god is, or whatever the sun god ends up being, is a huge detail I think Oda would be playing with as from a narrative perspective. But yeah, as far as the thing with this cat lion thing goes, right? Like I was talking about it, and while you're here, we talked about it a little bit. How like one of the earlier super chat said, Par, do you think the cat is Yonko level? And I was like, absolutely not Yonko level, but maybe Gorosei level. Like, honestly, without like Saturn, like the way Omomo and Kashi wrestled down Venus and the way Saturn got handled, I'm like, maybe this cat, and the cat was like boxing them, you know? Like, Usopp was like, maybe this is an illusion.
Zeus.
Yeah, and like, yeah, it survived the bees and all that stuff. Like, it's not like the bees are dead, right? Like, and so like these animals, if it's a god, like maybe this is why the Gorosei don't show up on Elbaf. It's because like we memed about it before about how like maybe the giants, this is like the normal garden variety of animal. The Gorosei are normal garden variety animals that are just like warped and twisted. When they showed up, when the giants showed up, what was it chapter 1108 or something?
They said it reminds me of the forest, the animals of Elbaf or something, right?
They said like, they're just like the lions of Elbaf. Yeah, exactly like that. It's like 1111. 1111. No. Here we go. Look at these colossal beasts. They look like they came from Elbaf's forests. And that has stuck with me. We have talked about that. And then that created our expectations of the giants. Because when the giants said that, we wanted to say, obviously at that point, the giants hadn't fought yet. And it's like, are the giants really going to come out here and be Gorosei antagonists? And then they were down to Oimo and Kashi. And it makes sense because Dory and Brogy were like, it just seems like forest animals to me. And it's like, bro, what the fuck do you mean the Gorosei are just forest animals? And then they were just like, this worm just regenerates. That's the only thing that's different. We ain't seen nothing about regeneration on Elbaf. And like, and then it's like, we come here and there's giant animals and they are formidable and they're transforming. And I'm thinking, yo, this lion could maybe just take Saturn. And maybe that's why the Gorosei are like, yo, we need to make giants. If we can't fight the animals, we need to make giants that can. Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy.
And there's also, the Will of Dreams brought it up too, but there's also the Utgard Loki story where they turn, I'm going to mispronounce the snake name, but they turn it, They turn it into a cat, and Thor has to like lift the cat as like as a test or something. So there's also that.
Oh yeah. Yes. Yeah, that is.
There's a lot of things working with this cat, and then there's one chapter where Usopp talked about a cat turning into a lion, and that's exactly what happened here. And it's like, yo, like there's a lot of things working.
I forgot that was in the Utgard Loki thing. I was staying on the battle, not the battle, like the competition part. But was that in the Utgard Loki one? I thought that was in Odin's story. Was that in the Utgard Loki stuff? I thought that was
from what I saw this morning, yeah, it was Utgard Loki.
Yeah, we talked a lot.
Wrong though, I didn't look like super deep into it.
Gotcha. Yeah, we pulled up and talked about Utgard Loki a lot last chapter, but we didn't go to we talked about the third prose edda or whatever it's called. I think there's like the seventh prose edda, and I think that's what that one is talking about.
Yeah.
There's and if that's the case, then I think the Utgard Loki idea that I talked about in the video, that this Loki isn't the god Loki, to me, it being the god Loki wouldn't make the most sense. It being the Utgard Loki make a lot of sense, given the Utgard Loki is it's a giant 100%. And the whole thing about that is that they accidentally or like unintentionally or unwillingly, whichever version, or were in this guy's castle, and Thor was unafraid of him, and then they got into a competition where they all lost, except for Thor, in the wrestling thing. And hey, if that ties into where Jormungandr puts an illusion on Jormungandr to make it look like a house cat, it'd be crazy. Yeah, because we got illusions, got a cat transforming, and you stop thinking it's an illusion. That'd be interesting.
And for Usopp, he says this in chapter 424 when he sees I forgot her name, Kokoro, the lady from Water 7,
mermaid.
So she's a mermaid, and Usopp says, "Oh yeah, they say when a cat lives 100 years, its tail splits into two and it becomes a monster." So there's kind of like already a hint that a cat transforms right there, and it just goes back to like everything Usopp says comes true to some extent. And that's just another instance of that. And as far as like there being a list of every like fabrication that Usopp's ever said, there's not one. There's not one that's like up to date with like every single instance, which I kind of want to go back there at One Piece and check it out. But that's a arduous journey right there.
Yeah.
Years.
Huh.
Oh, maybe not years, but like months.
That just sparked a really cool idea. Wow. Nami being the one. all right, all I'm gonna say, and this maybe gives people an inkling, because I talked about how the second part of my Nami video did relate to what might possibly, like the Lego stuff that we us seeing in the Lego room, the Danish, the Nordic stuff. Like there was a lot in my Nami video that I talked about, the booty Nami video, the part 2 that I alluded to at the very end of the video, that works a lot. And maybe I can go off of it now and maybe a chapter 2 if we see more about Nami. But like, hey, if the sun god is a lion and a cat, like, and Nami is the one that we got focused on, and she got, like, she was quote unquote like inside the cat's castle, which is interesting because Luffy and the gang beat up the rabbit, you know, beforehand. Whether it was within the castle or before or whatever, we don't know, but it seems like Nami was separated and like Usopp might have been trying to get to her. I don't know, but Nami's epithet, cat burglar, that could mean a lot more than what it might mean on the surface. It could lead to maybe even lineage stuff. It could lead to a lot of other things. Luca Wolf said it. Like maybe she was trying to steal something. Maybe while she was drunk, she was trying to steal something and she got caught. Maybe that's why she was in the cat's castle. Maybe there's a lot of ways it can go on.
And for Nami, like when it comes to Elbaf, I think this can be an arc for a lot of people. I know, like, I primarily go to Usopp, and I think a lot of people do as well. Like, oh, this is Usopp's arc. But I quite honestly believe that all of the Straw Hats can get some shine here. Yeah. Between Nami and her, like, backstory, the orange hair, and everything, like, in regards to, like, her Sweden connection. I think that could be explored more here.
Yeah.
I think Usopp could get a lot. I made a video about Frankie as well. But another character, and to tie in, what Leonardo said, too, Chopper. Chopper's missing. We've kind of taken note of that too, that Chopper's not here. Whether it's just because he's in like the next room or whether it's because he's kidnapped or something else. I think Chopper, we could get some, if Oda really wanted to, we could get some explanation as to what his devil fruit really is or what the giants think about him. Because if we have like a rabbit being called the ear god, if we have all these animals wearing crowns, I think Chopper would fit in perfectly here. He could be considered a god on Elbaf.
The horn
and not
god.
just that. Yeah, like the horn god, right? Or like the red nose god. And Chopper, time and time again, has always been the character that people have loved to kidnap. I don't know what it is, right? But Chopper could even be kidnapped here. And another reason why Oda might not even bring Chopper in right away is because Chopper would trivialize a lot of things that are happening right now. Because he could just talk to the cat and ask him what the hell's going on here. How did we get here?
Yeah.
Right? So getting rid of Chopper from this group could work on both fronts there. One, it could serve a lore purpose for Chopper. And two, it's just to amp up the difficulty, which I think is fun.
Which, two things of note.
Good riddance.
I pray Chopper. We actually talked about this in regards to Elbaf about the Chopper thing, where it's like, bro, if he could talk to the animals, but like he hasn't done that like in the entirety of the time skip. At times when it would have been really helpful. I don't think he's like really meaningfully talked to an animal yet, or not yet, but like. I think maybe he did it on.
It's been so long since he's done it, dude. I remember I went back. This was a couple months ago. I was like looking at all the instances where Chopper talked to animals, and it's been so long since he's done it. People are actually wondering if Chopper can still do it. Yeah, that's how crazy it is.
Yeah, and so with the Chopper thing, I brought it up and before, which is that in Norse mythology, the reindeers were at were above Asgard. They were at the very top of the tree. They were kind of like primordial in a sense for the trees. They're always placed in connection to Yggdrasil at the very top, usually at the top of the canopy, like above, like Asgard, like, and then it, like depending on where Asgard's depicted, it's like it's always at the top placement of where the tree is where the reindeers are. So could be that at minimum Chopper is revered, at maximum Chopper is vital to the island, and so they need him for something. And so like at minimum not revered, maximum revered, minimum he's he ends up finding like his purpose, right? Like on his own, meaning like maximum, meaning like the island itself gives him value. And at minimum, he finds his own value on the island, thus making a Chopper arc. In the middle would be like the giants have an issue. They can't speak to the lion god. They can't report to it or whatever. And Chopper can do that. And that would be the middle of being like revered in him finding value. Like Chopper's like, oh my God, I'm not a monster, blah, blah, blah. Like it could be something like that. It could be devil fruit related because we don't know how Elbaf interacts with devil fruits yet. Because on Wano it was considered sorcery. On in Fishman Island it was a curse because you couldn't swim anymore. So on Elbaf, devil fruits are interesting because Nika was their legend, and now Luffy is Nika, and it is a respected thing. But it's via devil fruit. So like, what are the giants standing on devil fruits? Also because realistically, we haven't seen like a native giant with a devil fruit. There was a non-canonical one, Lily Astamago, which is interesting because that is another female giant that Oda named after stomach disease, stomach stuff. Her thing was Astamago, so she was a giant named after a gastrointestinal related thing. Then there's Gerd, I think Ibis.
We have San Juan Wolf that has a devil fruit, but he's not from well, he could be from Elbaf, but he's like an anomaly, so I don't want to count him too.
Yeah. He was already big, period. But like he was bigger than like a giant though. You know, like when he showed up on Marineford, he was like Oars wasn't even a giant in comparison to San Juan Wolf. Before the giant fruit that San Juan Wolf had, like
Morley's ugly though.
Insane, you know what I mean? So it's kind of crazy that's the case with the giants, because we've said this, and I go back to like the beginnings of my channel where I was talking about like a fourth kind of hockey, some kind of separate kind of hockey, and giants being the master of them, and talking about how it would make sense if the giants had harnessed something like that because they have longer lifespans and just more ties to ancient shit in the first place. I mean, when the rune and magic stuff come into play, like they would make sense to have that stuff. But you'd also have to balance it out, right? Because Dory and Brogy have not shown anything like that. And the thing is, the moment you give a giant a external power like hockey, which they already seemingly have, but like devil fruits, right? And you give it to a giant, that seems crack. Like, unless the notion is that, like, let's say for example, Dory eats the leopard fruit, okay? But instead of becoming a giant leopard, he becomes a normal size leopard. That could be the balancing act, because the way it would function that way would be not broken. A giant leopard base is like, what at that point, what's the point of even being human? You know what I mean? Like, if Lucci would just look at the giant version of him and be like, all right, then you awaken. Imagine awakened giant leopard, man. That's insane. That's broken. All base, off rip. Especially if you go on the notion that like it wasn't that hard for Lucci to become that. It was 2 years to awaken. So like you give a giant 300 years, boom, they could be anything. And that would be insane to balance as far as the story goes. So it'd be really interesting to see how the devil fruits work with Elbaf. Is it something that's core to them? Is it something that they are familiar with? Is it something that they can eat? Well, they can eat it, but like, do they frown upon it? Are their leaders have it? Like, it's so weird, especially coming from Wano, where like, when you look at it, devil fruits like dictated everything. If you didn't have a devil fruit, you were kind of sucked. You sucked like immensely. The Kurozumi all had devil fruits. All had ancient mythical devil fruits. Tama is a Kurozumi, and she had the devil fruit that countered the Kurozumis. And the thing that she countered was Kaido, who was giving the part of his crew.
She outslaved them.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly. And Kaido empowered his crew and promoted them if they got the RNG of a devil fruit. Wano was literally like, if you don't have a devil fruit, you're out for shits, bro. You suck ass. And now we go to Elbaf, and it's like, I wonder how that's gonna play out here. So it is interesting. Luca said,
Oh yeah.
no, what are you gonna say?
Go ahead.
I was gonna say Luca said a giant with a Logia. See, that's where I draw the line. I don't think a giant with a Logia matters. Hot take.
I think it'd be crazy.
Sure, it could be crazy, but like at the end of the day, the problem with it is that like if you're a Logia, like you could become that anyways. Like there's
no, but it's just a matter of like how much effort you put into it. Like, right, Ace used his entire being to make Entei, the Flame Emperor attack he used on Blackbeard, and it's like the size of like a building, right? If a giant were to put in the same effort, my God, that'd be the size of like an entire island at that point.
And that's what I mean about effort in not effort the balancing act, right? Because like some like giants are weird in when it comes to mythos, right? In some stories giants have less intelligence, and so like humans are more intelligent, and so the way you beat a giant is you trick them. And there were sometimes in some stories giants were created from gods, and so
Exactly.
they were gifted and they were just unfair, and the way they balance that is the numbers, right? So like humans had numbers,
Yeah.
and like technology, and giants didn't have that as much because they were just more
sticks and
restricted,
stones.
right? And so you beat them with technology and in
It's like
some
Attack on Titan.
yeah, and in some stories in mythos, giants can't use like magic. They were cursed or something because they retaliated against the gods or something like that, or they're fallen, they're like the bastard children or some shit like that, and so they were cursed for some reason. I think like Cyclops are an interesting one, and there's another one that's interesting, but yeah, like it depends. Like there's always like a balancing act with humans versus giants that comes into play, and so I even talked about that in my Mother Flame video. How like if we were to talk about how everyone has a Mother Flame in them in the sense of like their lifespan, that's the will of the fire that gets passed on. Everything runs on fire.
Freaking Naruto at this point.
Yeah, and like that could be why Oda and Kishimoto vibed immensely, because like there was a concept that Kishimoto used for all of like one character arc where it's like, who was it again that Naruto faced, or Shikamaru was just like, my dad taught me about the will of fire and like blah blah, and then they talked about
Dawn.
yeah, and then after that it was like the village's will of fire motto mattered like at nothing, like it didn't matter at all, never got brought up again. Yeah, in concept and in emotion, sure, like yeah, like but like like when Naruto put on the veil on everybody, that was like the perfect meme moment for Naruto to be like, that's why the village of the hidden leaf is the best, because we have the motto of the fire. And then everyone's like, damn, maybe we should move there, fuck the hidden village of the sand. What have we got? Dryness, right? Like we're just thirsty all the time. Like that shit sucks. Gara doesn't give a shit
How their economy works.
yeah, like Gara's dad sucked ass, like some shit like that, right?
Yeah, realistically, a lot of the Naruto world wouldn't be sustainable.
Yeah,
Like, when you really think about it, like the village hidden in the least would just win all the battles. Like, I mean, it makes sense why they're top of the verse, but like, when you think about the other places,
the
they
lightning
suck.
or the clouds. I think the cloud one was probably the best village, probably because they also had tech before Boruto.
Yeah, Cloud isn't bad. I think they just lacked people though. Like they didn't have a lot of Jonin.
I don't think they lacked people. I think they lacked time for like by the time Kishimoto got to them, it was like, bro, these guys are all like the few people that we saw were already so broken and insane. Like Killer Bee, like was the introduction, and he was boxing Sasuke's entire like
Oh, Killer Bee,
yeah,
my God.
and then we saw that like the Jonin that were supposed to watch Killer Bee, and like they were just slapping around every one of Naruto's like peers, and Naruto's just like, I was trained by Jiraiya. I know a taijutsu better than you guys. And it's like, no, you don't. And then he did, and it's like, all right, that's just Naruto attacks there. Sure, fine. But then those guys were like, like a single unit of the hidden cloud. Sorry for the detour, guys. I mean, this entire stream is kind of a detour, just like the chapter, like into funness. But the entire, like, one unit of the hidden cloud was like equal to like 5 units of the hidden leaf. When you like, they had tracking, they were smart, they had the most insane like ceiling and capabilities.
That's some of the best designs. Like tit for tat, they have some really good designs
Yeah,
here too.
yeah. Like,
My God,
like I forgot the
wasted potential.
the name of the Kage, but like that Kage literally was just like, no, not the like what his title. What's the title of the Kage of the hidden cloud?
Oh, I don't remember the title.
Yeah, but that guy, he literally be like, I have a triple S tier mission. I need, and like if the hidden village needed to do that, my God, every Jonin would be facing death. So many teams would be wiped out. Versus in the hidden cloud, it's like, I just need 3 people. Like, yeah,
And then remember when the original Raikage got like
Raikage.
resurrected?
yeah,
And then they were like, "Oh, you're looking for Raikage." Like the original guy got resurrected, and they're like, "Oh, how did you know, the Eight Tails beat him?" And I'm like, "Oh, it turns out that he hurt himself. That was the only way he could actually wound him." I was like, "Oh, fuck, that's cool.
yeah,
That's actually awesome."
yeah.
Oh man.
But why are we talking about Naruto? It's because the Will of Fire. The Will of Fire applied to One Piece would be like when Vegapunk says everything has energy. Energy is all around us. And then like thinking about how the Mother Flame works in the world of One Piece. Well, if it's Mother Flame, if that name is meaningful, I talk about it in the Mother Flame video, then it could be like the Buccaneers, their body is strange because they are more closely sourced to the Mother Flame. It could be the Lunarians are the same way, right? It could be that all the races that are like higher tier in that regard are probably like more close to the source of the Mother Flame, giants being one of them, and it's just how their bodies utilize it. Everyone is a little bit different. Like the Buccaneers have a different output of it, Lunarians have a different output, maybe fishmen have a different output, maybe that's how they're able to breathe in water, maybe you take away their Mother Flame and that's how they breathe in underwater. Who knows? But the point, actually on that point, I was talking about how in the Mother Flame video, this is before the Mother Flame was revealed, I was saying that it'd be crazy if the Mother Flame was a flame that existed underwater, and then we see the Mother Flame in a vat of liquid burning underwater. And then I was talking about how that could be how devil fruits work. It gives you a flame, and that's why like it's weird how it works underwater, where it kind of like suffocates the flame, which is why devil fruits don't work underwater. Devil fruit powers don't work underwater because you can't like use the power, like it's a control mechanism of some sort. So what I mean by that with the giants is that it could be that the giants, they live longer. That's because they use their Mother Flame differently. And so the trade-off for humans is that they have shorter lifespan, which is what the giants are like, oh, you puny humans, blah, 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 blah. You wouldn't get honor. You wouldn't get all these things. And so the trade-off for humans is that they have shorter lifespan, but maybe they can utilize their powers more or something. And that's kind of like biblical, Abrahamic, like every mythos, there is like a human giant, like monster god. There's a trade-off that humans get. This is what happens when humans band together. We can even topple the gods. And then some stories you have where it's just like a demigod is able to topple the gods because like they're mixed god, mixed human, and so they have some godly nature. Yeah, they have some godly nature, and then the part that beats out the god is the human part. And the god's like, I couldn't fathom the trickery of a human. Of course they beat me because they're defiling these disgusting human creatures. And then the Percy or etc. examples, it's like, you underestimated us and you better watch it because we're overpopulated. Our world is slowly outnumbering you or quickly outnumbering you. You better watch yourself or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, so it is like that. But what were you gonna say earlier?
So 2 things. One, just going back to the cat for a quick second.
Yeah.
One thing. So I already made my like review video, but I forgot to mention this specifically. But one of the prominent cats in Norse mythology is also like Freya's pet.
Someone said
because it. So like Freya had like a what's it called? Like a chariot, and it was pulled by 2 cats. So I was like, oh, like maybe that's the reason why the cat's like so like why it has a crown. And another thing I wanted to bring up is somebody commented this in my video just now, and I thought it was so funny. But they said that maybe the sun god that the Giants are referring to is actually just the Thousand Sunny, and then just walk up to that boat and just talk to it like, "Hey, please, sun god, save us!" And then the Thousand Sunny's just obviously inanimate.
No, this is no, not inanimate, because that's what will boats float.
Film Red?
Will boats float before Film Red? Me, 2 years, like a year and a half before.
No, Film Red did it first.
I did it first. What are you talking about, bro? Bro, literally half the comments.
The theory that the Thousand Sunny's alive has been a ageless classic.
No, I'm not talking about ageless classic. No. Listen, Sai. You were also one of the people who were a hater of it too. The will the boats float. The first half of the video is Par, you're dumb. The boat is inanimate. All these examples are lame examples. Blah blah blah. These are just things that Oda wants to do for fun. And then when Film Red started leaking and we saw the little chibi sunny thing, the next comments were like, Par, did you see Film Red leaks? And like at that time, that was when I was just like not on YouTube because like spoilers would drop and like the things, and so I had to hide from them. And so people brought up my live stream and I was like, wait, what? And they showed me, and we watched the video on stream. And I remember you're like, Par, that's a dumb theory. I usually like your ideas, but this one, Par, man, I think you're drunk and wasted.
I think you're making things up.
Nah.
See, this is the thing with Par. He may have the ParVision, but I think he might have cataracts.
Cataracts? Doesn't have anything to do with memory.
You got cataracts, Par.
Nah, straight up. This is one of those ones. I know it.
I don't know, man.
I know, because you hate all of my ideas with the object.
Fighting imaginary.
You hate all of my ideas about the Cloboterman stuff. You hated the Cloboterman.
No. Okay. Whoa. You okay?
Sounds like yeah.
No. Here's the thing. Going back to it, that does sound like something I would say, right? Oh, that's a lame idea. But I wouldn't say that because I disagree with it. I would say that because I don't like Cloboterman, because they're short, stumpy losers.
Exactly.
So I do agree with that.
Wait, hold on. Is this goalpost moving?
Yeah, I'm using your own. I'm using your.
Oh my!
But here's the thing: the goalpost has always been there, Par. You just don't have 20/20 vision. You got bad depth perception.
This
buddy.
is the craziest defense.
No.
Sai needs to make a law firm called Goalpost Movers. People are gonna think he's a moving company, and how far these goalposts be moving, bro?
No, cataract.
Like at that point, Sai as a lawyer, the biggest objection is they're gonna create a whole new thing in the legal thing. So, Your Honor, objection, goalpost moving, like straight up a new thing in the U.S. like justice system. The size.
You got cataracts, dude. What can I say? I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, brother.
God, cataracts is the craziest thing. The Will James Par has great vision but bad memory. Sai's not even saying that. He's saying I have cataracts, so he's saying I have bad vision. Nothing to do with memory.
because he can't see properly. He has cataracts. Send him to North Korea. We sent our best medical equipment over there in 2008.
I don't even see it. I hear it. This is all heard. I'm not saying, oh, I saw Sai acting out his disdain for my theory. No, I said I heard your ass. I heard it, bro. Like,
yeah, I don't like Cloboterman. Sue me.
This is the reverse part we've been waiting for. It's crazy.
Yeah, this is the reverse part. He touched somebody and they came immediately.
This is oh, his camera's catching up. Yeah, because I want to test out because I still have like 100 tabs open. I didn't close them, but if you guys noticed, I am streaming on Twitch. Oh, I've been neglecting my Twitch. Oops. Shit. I started double streaming again, and I want to stress test my computer. And right now my camera's on for Sai and me, so the stream could be a little bit more interactive. So we can fight more like this, because I realized if he can see me, he can better react.
Oh my god, I haven't been looking at you this entire time because I just assumed your camera was off. You never have your camera on, so I just have nothing to look at. So I just looked to the right and there you are.
Yeah, so I was doing that.
That's crazy.
I'm streaming to Twitch and
insane.
I'm testing, and I have all my tabs open. I didn't close a single tab. And better or worse, the stream's not doing trash. Like, it's not dropping. And it's not like dying, and the worst case is my camera has to catch up. But that, I know what the problem is, so I'm literally watching the problem, and I'm just like, oh, it's not that big of a deal, because the audio's fine.
Thank you, Feld. I'm glad people see that Par is just insane. Hey,
Fighting imaginary battles,
I'm doing
Felds.
God's work.
Felds. I like how what I see here is that Felds is literally intentionally pushing my buttons. He literally has my name in his name. It's Felds Par. His name is he's there. It's there. There's no way that was just a
It means the fall of Par. Exactly. Thank you.
Exactly. You have a biased commenter here,
I
and
wanna
Sai
say-
selective vision. This is always your shit, bro.
For your health.
You always selectively choose the comments in my thing, or no, I'm not gonna say it. It's fine. All I'm saying is that the polls, you always try to skew the polls. You're like, throw up the poll,
I
and then
never
and then
skew the
the most you ever talk, like if we go back, like I would say in terms
learned
of
from the best.
your speech, concentration, saturation, frequency before a poll is the highest amount than any other moment in the stream. So if we ever, so what this means, guys, is if there's ever a poll being called, before that poll calls, that is when Sai is fighting monsters, demons, everybody all at once, and he's talking the most he'll ever do. So if you want Sai to talk a lot on stream, you gotta get an antagonizing poll, because that's when you get the most Sai action. Other than
And
that,
guess what? And if the polls do not match my opinion, they're wrong. They're fake.
yeah. And the thing is, other than that,
I agree with that.
The reason why we don't do polls is because I like the peak efficiency Sai has, where he's like responding to comments, checking my comments also on his videos, my videos, doing work. Like the thing is, Sai has he has satellites in his hands. Like he has like multi-stream, monitor capabilities, so he's able to edit it. Also, his computer's way better than mine, but so right now, Sai's probably uploading a video as we speak. As we speak right now. He's probably editing someone else's video too. We don't even know what Sai does on the side. So, yeah.
I'm watching furry porn.
What am I supposed to say to this? like,
I don't know, dude. It's your channel, man. You gotta, hey.
family friendly. Yeah. See,
Hey, brother. Pick the slack. Come on.
Fun fact. Sponsors and backers aren't as strict about like guests on your channel per se. Sometimes they'll put the hammer down, but like they care more about me. So is it my channel, and as long as I don't be like Sai, it's largely fine. They're like, oh, that's just some random guy, he's not endorsing us.
Yeah, he's just there.
Yeah. Legally, Sai has no contingency, and that goes for Sai too. Like, it's whatever sponsor Sai has on his channel, he's not Sai on my channel. On my channel, his sponsors see just some random Asian guy. Like, they just look at him like, huh, there's some guy who really looks like you, Sai, on this really random ParVision brown YouTuber. Yeah, he has nothing to do with Sai, this 3-channel champion that we sponsor and give clothes to.
Yeah, that's not Sai. That's Cyrus.
Ooh,
That's a good one, huh? Yeah.
Thank
you.
That's good. But yeah, we finished up the super chats. We're closed. I mean, this chapter again, there's not that like sorry, we kind of detoured off the tried and true path. I mean, we talked about my speeding tickets, like, and it wasn't even a speeding ticket, first of all. But yeah, and then my lost wallet.
We talked about your insane criminal history.
Well, honestly, we talked about how, like, we talked about our version of this, like your sewer baby fears, and like my backstory, just a lot of things. And in a lot of ways, like this chapter, there's not much to discuss other than the things that we did, which was like the first page and a half, and then like the lion thing. And then the outfits. Like, outside of that, like, we still need a lot of context, and not that it's not helpful to theorize about those things. Like, I like what Sai was saying about like the other Straw Hats and the kid direction. Like, yeah, that's fair. How about this? I'm gonna put up a poll, actually.
Oh,
how soon do you think we are we gonna get updates on the other Straw Hats in tandem with the current Straw Hat group, or are we gonna stick with the current Straw Hats and then jump to the other Straw Hats later and then get kind of like a mini time skip? Are we going to get... How are the next chapters structured? All the Straw Hats updates, or Nami Monster Trio plus first, then the rest? All right, so the two options are we going to get them in tandem? Are we going to like flip-flop? Or are we going to get Monster Trio and then the other group? Or it could actually be the opposite. Maybe we could get the other group and then we come back to the Luffy and them. Other group and come back to Luffy. How about that? Let's do that. What do you think, Sai?
Honestly, I would love it if we just... Okay, since it's not an option, I was about to say, like, I would love it if we got, like, Cross Guild or the Revs or something else, but out of these, I say Monster Trio first.
Okay, so stick with the Monster Trio, then later on we get dropped into the middle. Because, like, technically, Frankie, Robin, all of them, they're on the giant ship. They're not even where they need to be, where they're at. They're like completely out of water. They're not in any kind of like precarious situation per se, where like Nami was in some foreign land in some castle, estranged from the Straw Hats, and now reunited. So there's nothing like that. So that could make sense if we get this current group, stick with them, and then just get dropped in and get an update, and then get like a rewind of what they did, what they learned. Whether my idea of the Kuma thing, where Kuma recorded stuff and so they acted based off that, maybe they were like, oh my god, like Loki captured them and they went to the wrong Loki or something like that. That'd be crazy. Or like they went to the sun god and so they went to the different place, not the lion's place or something like that. Or they had to they have like a riddle or something that they had to decipher and they don't know. Or like what Sai was saying is that like the fish ate them. They ate or like the Jinbei talks to the fish and then they follow the fish and then they're like, oh, we got a ship, and then they find out it's the Kid Pirates. It could be like that. Or we could have gotten this update about the Straw Hats, Nami, Zoro, them, for Oda to establish like, okay, so we're not like confused about what's happening with them. Kind of like on Egghead a little bit, where on Egghead we stuck with like Luffy for a little bit and then we kind of went back to the other Straw Hats and they were flying up to Labo phase. I would say that one is more in tandem, so like that was like both, rather than the option here. But yeah, I could honestly see the multiple directions for this. Do you think Kuma can use his pawpaw fruit?
Yes. He should be able to, but I don't want to say yes right away, because it's like, maybe, I mean, since he's not like there, I don't know, like I feel like he could, I don't know.
See,
he didn't really use it on Egghead.
I want to okay, this is like, if I wanted to make like one of the craziest Hangover like esque stories for what happened to the Straw Hats, I think about how, like, when you drink alcohol, again, for people who don't know or are too young, this is both a warning but also reality, is that your risk assessment goes down. Your ability to make decisions around risk and your frontal lobe's ability to make long-term decisions completely obliterated, and so this risk management is a problem. And that comes into play with like the Hangover movie, where they see Mike Tyson, and Mike Tyson on his own is a unit. If you saw Mike Tyson sober, I think most of us would keep a healthy distance from him. There's even interviews where you see Mike Tyson, his personality completely switches. He starts talking about how, like, man, I was so afraid of the past person. He was just a killer. And then you're just like, oh my God. And the interview's just like, and then Mike Tyson just kind of gets up and leaves. He tells the interviewer, you need to leave right now. And like, just stuff like that, right? But then on top of that, if you're drunk enough, Mike Tyson brings his tiger, and you're like, yeah, bring in the tiger. What's the problem with the tiger? That's the kind of decision making that can get really, really obliterated. And so, what I mean by that is there's certain things that, like weapons, tigers, dangerous stuff, vehicles, drunk driving vehicles, certain decisions you wouldn't make sober, you start making. And so, what I'm thinking, when I like the reason why I like the Kuma route, Kuma saw everything, is because, like, Bonnie's drunk too, and she's a kid. Let's say that. Like, let's say Bonnie's drunk. It doesn't even have to be Bonnie. It could be Lilith. Lilith's super drunk. She's also evil. They're all drunk, and they're like, "Hey guys, you want to see something cool?" And then they're like, Kuma's power works without him even being like conscious of it. It works randomly, honestly. And then they start paw-pawing stuff out of the ship. And they're like, ha, that's so crazy. And then they start paw-pawing people away. They paw-paw themselves.
It's like Weekend at Bernie's.
Yeah. And then so Kuma is all like, so when we see the memory, the reason why the memory isn't fully helpful is because they see that, like, he's they're like, hey Kuma, can you, or maybe Lilith is like, Kuma's running on for instincts right now, so if you ask Kuma where you want to go, and he paws you, that's where you go. And then so that's where Kuma's like thing is like, where do you want to go on vacation? And then that comes in, and then we see the memory bubble where it's just like, he's just like, hey Kuma, can I go to a Toyland? And then they slap themselves with Kuma's hand, and then they fly over, and then they're like, wait, what? Where would Zoro and Usopp go? Like, it's something like that. And so they can't figure it out, and then they need to go. But maybe they hit Usopp. Maybe Usopp was like, I want to go to the coolest part of Elbaf or something like that. And the Giants are like, huh, that sounds like this place. And then they go there, and then they have to like theorize about where someone went because they wanted to go somewhere, and then Kuma just unintentionally pawpawed them. But yeah, it'd be crazy. It'd be crazy.
That wouldn't be bad. I like that.
Yeah, I like it. I like include, because we talked about it last chapter. At the moment, or last chapter, it felt like technically now Kuma's involvement in the story. At the time, it's like, why are we dragging him on there if he's functionally dead? It just feels bad for him, right? Just kill him off or give him a purpose. And it like, is it just we're dragging it on because Nika is Elbaf and he's a Buccaneer? Is that why? Because then that's like, we could do other things. Is it just because it's not a prominent Buccaneer in the story? But this one would be a functional thing for them getting drunk. It's like, haha, like we can do something cool with Pawpaw Fruit. And then they start doing it. It's just like crazy. It'd be funny. But it'd be I would love that. Mirai Ko says, I don't think that the cause of why they don't remember is because of alcohol. Nami would never pass out from alcohol alone. Yeah, I think, well, Nami did say that she passed out from the alcohol, but it's because it's not alcohol. It's like an illegal substance that's banned in most countries. Like, to say that absinthe is alcoholic, or like an alcohol, is like Psy's an alcoholic, or used to be. He's reformed, sort of. He's not like reformed. He's not like against alcohol, but he is vehemently against absinthe, because it's a hallucinogen, right? And most countries, unironically, side with Psy on that. See, I'm a normal person, and I don't know about alcohol like that. And so absinthe to me was just like crazy alcohol with a slight of like LSD in it or something. And so it's like, well, LSD and that stuff is a real thing, but like, or not banned everywhere anymore. But absinthe is sounding like that thing that's banned everywhere. Absinthe sounds like, hey, even your drug dealer doesn't want you on absinthe, brother. Like, it sounds like absinthe is something that your best friend maybe isn't your best friend for offering it to you. And maybe the Giants do it because they're so big, and so it doesn't mess them up like that. But like, they probably overdrank. But yeah.
For example, absinthe is illegal in the United States if it contains stujone.
Oh,
which is what makes people hallucinate.
Yeah, stujone. I know what that is, but I don't know.
But if there's no stujone in it, then you can have absinthe. But regularly, it is just illegal in the United States.
Wait, what is absinthe? Is that mushroom? Wait, what is absinthe then?
Let me see. What is absinthe made of?
Is it like? No, it doesn't have to be mushroom. Is
Flowers
that from like
and leaves of
dead?
Artemisia.
But are they like dead flowers?
I don't know.
Huh.
Probably like how they make tea or fermented tea or something.
Wormwood? We got drunk and used a 12-year-old girl's father's corpse to do magic. There's shots according to Par. Hey, it could be Lilith. And the thing is, even without my headcanon of that, right? They were already partying around the father's corpse. Lilith is already a bad, like, me. Chopper hasn't even looked really at like anything really. He looked at like some of the situations, like, damn, Luffy's just overeating and it's a problem. It's like, I don't really know. But what's it called? Yeah, it's the scenario was already crazy for my scenario to not be that crazy, right? Like, let's just put it there. Like, the 12-year-old is also a girl that can turn into a god. Let's put that there. And then she, do you think Bonnie is gonna be Loki? Like, they might look at Bonnie and be like, you're Loki.
Nah.
Alright, fair enough. Because that would be interesting, because like technically Loki has the power to mimic Thor. That is something that he did do historically, not even with the Marvel thing where he impersonated Odin. It was that Loki could utilize the powers of the other gods to a certain extent. I think Marvel's stipulation that they put in wasn't the exact same thing, but like Mjolnir was like, you have to be righteous or whatever. So like Loki couldn't do that in the Marvel movies or whatever, I think. But like, I think there was a variation of that in the story too. Technically, in the real mythos, Loki is a part of building Mjolnir in the first place, I'm pretty sure, because he did it with 2 dwarves, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, listen. I'm fully expecting. Okay. Here's the thing. All right, guys. I'm not an alcoholic. I go to parties, drink here and too. I've been at crazy parties.
I love drinking.
Crazy stuff there. Sai loves
Put a
drinking.
bottle of alcohol in front of me, man. I'm a.
But thing is, Sai's been doing a good thing of recent, and it used to be every time Sai was on a call, he'd have to open up a bottle. And so now he doesn't.
That was a thing.
That now he doesn't do that,
Remember
and for better or for worse, that's great for his health. But Sai is also weird too, because like when he drinks, it's not even like a socially, like he's not out there drinking to prepare for a pregame for like some kind of rager concert thing. I don't even know Sai goes to like those kinds of things.
Nah,
Yes, I doesn't.
like him.
Yeah, so here's the thing though. Oda's been telling us in the notes. He's been going to concerts, he's been going to parties, he's been going to all these places, and Oda is an alcoholic. Oda is a chain smoker. Oda does all of those things. And so if we needed someone to give us a perspective of a taste of what being a crazy alcoholic Japanese partier person as being revered as Oda, but also being like the connections he might have in Japan when he's like a quarter of the economy and like a quarter of the tourism, and he self-funded the recovery of a natural disaster to his hometown just by putting golden statues. When you're that guy and you drink and party every week probably, and he's a jet setter, he's in San Francisco and Los Angeles and Cape Town and wherever, what have you, I'm thinking that whatever happened to the Straw Hats is an iota of some story of something that Oda's like, man, that was a crazy night, guys. I don't even remember it. And they're like, Oda-san, you were on the chandelier, Oda-san. You know what I mean? Like when they talk about how Oda needed vision help, it's because the dude is drinking out the ass, bro. That shit can impair your vision too. Like, it's crazy. On top of this diet, he's also insanely diabetic, has high blood pressure. Like, this guy is insane. And 100%, he probably tried absinthe a few times, and he probably had a crazy scenario where he was with the giants and all these things, and he woke up the next morning and he's like, the fuck happened, guys? And we're gonna get that story. If you guys thought what I said was crazy, Oda's definitely, hear me out. Headcanon. Japan doesn't let you see national treasures. There's a 3, right? Kizaru has the Yami Kasa, the jewels, whatever, and then the mirror. Kizaru has the 3 named ones as his tools, right? I think Oda probably was like partying with the prime minister of the royal family one day, and it was like, yo, let me see that katana, bro. And they're like, all right, Oda-san, and he probably got drunk one day and was like slashing that shit around. I could easily think that Oda is the type to do that kind of shit, bro. Easily. Oda, if you're watching this, you don't have to let us know about that. But
I feel like it's just like a
yeah,
college story, just getting drunk.
Yeah, except Oda would put it to the max. Put it to the max for sure. There's a damn, I don't know. Oh yeah, no. There's like a story adjacent to a story that I know of. Damn. I don't know if I can say it or not. Because I'm trying to remember if the person said it on a stream in the past or a thing. But yeah, there's, you know, like when it comes to, you know, we're getting closer to Oda is what I'm saying. And more people we know have interacted with Oda. So we learned a lot about him. But yeah, it's probably a fun time with his friends. Yeah. Oda can't say there's a dead hooker involved with like the movie Very Bad Things. Yeah, he can. Easily. What Hiyori was literally in a, what are we talking about? Hiyori was put into an organization adjacent to that, and people had theorized that Hiyori was had her own roof piece gone, like that's a thing. And it's like Oden never clarified that. We don't know. Oden did the same thing too. Oden did that in reverse. And like, you know, Sanji was accused of that against Queen for like slapping the thing. You just extended one bar and it's like people dying. Yeah, Oden could have that. The Straw Hats accidentally killed somebody easily. Sanji blamed for it, maybe. That'd be kind of crazy. Like even Sanji in this chapter said something crazy, right? Sanji said you're sentenced to death. What if he did that while drunk? What if someone was just eyeing Nami and then Sanji goes, you're sentenced to death for looking at Nami, and then he just kills a giant? Like, I'm not saying Sanji did that. I'm not saying that he'd be absolved of it for being drunk. That's not how it works. But like isn't it in The Hangover, like someone got accused of murder too, right? And then they had like a gun in their pocket or something like that.
I don't remember.
Yeah, that's why we got to do the watch party for it. But yeah, Oda National Treasure Day just go away. But yeah, let me just double check. I don't think we got any more super chats, so we're good on that. I felt so bad. I thought one stream we missed a super chat, and then it turns out we read it. It was just way earlier so I forgot. But yeah, we're good. We're good. Break next week, so hopefully new video. Sai and I will record a podcast. And hopefully a 50-50, and probably maybe check on my
50-50.
Second channel. I really love the idea of making like a joke stream, like long recording of us talking about Kaido or some character reacting to Fever cards. That'd be great. Yeah, last 2 weeks have been hard. Hopefully I can get the content that I want to out now. There's a slight change, and again, also I want to say I've seen a few guys, like some of you guys are like, I apologize, like you'll comment like, I'm so sorry if this comes off the wrong way. I remember your names, so like if you're giving criticism, just give it. You don't have to feel bad. Give your criticism. Some of you guys are disrespectful, and you guys know it. But the thing, no, not that you guys don't know it. The people who are disrespectful don't know that they're being disrespectful. So largely, a lot of times, the people who start off the comment like, "I'm so sorry if this comes off," you're not being disrespectful. Most of the time, those are not the disrespectful comments. But a lot of you guys are saying, you know, my last videos, like, whether fast paced or not, because a lot of people are like, this one's fast paced, but then they'll go back to other videos and be like, oh wait, no, this was the same speed. But the monotone speed of it being super fast, like I'll incorporate new things, and I'm reading all the comments about the criticism. It's been a while. I'm not rusty on making videos and presentations, but I haven't been as focused, and partially it is like one of the videos people are like, damn, Par's voice is crazy, The reason why my last video was so fast paced is because I forgot that I talk slower in my recordings, because I normally talk really, really fast, and I was in a rush to record before a wedding, so that's why it happened. But yeah, just keep on interacting. I appreciate it, guys. Join the Discord. There's a big stream being planned. That's why the 100K stream is still a little bit delayed, but I haven't had time to be able to plan it. I want to do meaningful, yeah, and get a few creators hopefully on board with it. But yeah, with that, we have 11/28 coming in, break week next week. And yeah, end of the year's coming up, guys. Hopefully you guys stay healthy, stay safe, get those flu shots because flu season's coming. Actually no, don't get it, because then if you get sick and bedridden, then you'll only be able to watch this stream. So if you guys want to watch me, don't get vaccinated, because you know it is what it is. But that's the random endorsement. But anyways, peace out. Sai, do you have anything in closing? Oh, any future videos? You mentioned some that are in the works.
Oh yeah, I might do that kid video. I might like expand on that thought. Outside of that, Nate's logic, yeah, I agree. We're not gonna get bounty updates for a while. I feel like we'll get the egghead bounties near the end or middle of Elbath. I think the Straw Hats just haven't, like, you know, had time to look at the paper.
I'm not mad at the bounties, okay?
Yeah, like it's pointless when you get to a certain level.
Yeah, you said it perfectly right there.
Yeah. And then as far as Leonardo, the Norse mythology stream, I might do that sometime during the break week. Just go over it and just, you know, having zero knowledge of Norse lore, I think that'd be kind of fun. Yeah. But outside of that, nope, nothing else. Thank you for having me, Par, as per usual.
Yep, thank you for coming in, even though delayed on a Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Spending your Friday afternoon or night, depending on where you are. Guys, appreciate you. Don't do absinthe. Be responsible. Spend time with your family. Also, if a giant lion you are in the mouth of a giant lion and you escape the jaws of it, and you think that's an illusion, your best option isn't just to turn around and face it. Okay, Usopp is so silly for that, but I just thought about that, how some people might experience that in their world, and yeah, don't do that. But yeah, peace out.
Peace out, guys.
See you guys next time on the ParVision knock up stream with Sai, the Milky Way.